Hello and welcome to another stream of Control. Last week we finished the main game. We're now going to be doing the Foundation DLC. There's a collectible that I unlocked that's related to the Foundation, and I wanted to make sure I didn't actually read that until we got to this point in the playthrough. So I need to go to Collectibles, Hotline Board, and Foundation. Here we go. So this is related to the DLC that we are literally starting this stream. There we go. And this is the mission related to the Foundation as well. This is the DLC for Alan Wake, but I won't be doing that straight away. I'll be focusing on the Foundation.
Where are the files on parasitic entities I asked for?
I found a couple of relevant files in Dr. Darling's office. I'd have to dig through the archives for the rest, but I'm not going through the Panopticon. Not with the altered items loose.
Then go see if any ranger squads are available for a file retrieval mission. I've looked through the docs we found in Dimensional Research. That slide projector is extremely powerful. You were right to shut it down.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Hey there, hippie.
There haven't been any Hiss sightings in the Ocean View Motel. Could survivors be hiding inside?
It's possible. I remember a report about a similar incident from Aiden. The Bureau lost contact with the department head was found in a motel 2 years later. His arm stuck in the vending machine.
Make a note to send in a search party when possible.
How's things going, hippie? You just woke up? Well, I hope you had a good rest. And good timing. Just starting.
Shut it down. No problem. It's a huge victory. Huge!
I heard she sacrificed her brother's soul to seal the Hiss dimension.
What are you talking about? I've told you 100 times to stop with your conspiracy horseshit.
Conspiracy horseshit. It's going really well, hippie. I'm having a good Monday. How's things going with you? Hey there, Shin. How's things going, dude? Hi, Spectrum. Welcome. I hope things are going good. Hey, Jeremy. Welcome to you as well. How's things going? Oh, nice, Spectrum, you did. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome that you are. It's such a great game. I'll definitely be playing it. I'll definitely be playing it more times as well, because it's one of those games that I often do play multiple times a year. Spectrum, you didn't see part 2 on your YouTube. So part 2. Hopefully I actually activated it. Ah. Good one, Rod. I haven't actually made those public. I'm actually getting used to this whole process of exporting videos to YouTube, because I don't do it normally. Like, this is the first year I've actually actively exported them on. So I'll just fix that now. Thanks for letting me know though, Spectrum. There we go. So I've got it listed as final part, and unfortunately it's split into multiple parts. So it's final part A, B, C, and D. because of what was happening on stream with audio issues. But that is the rest of the playthrough there now, so that should be public on the channel now. And I'll make the other videos public as well. I'll just double check that that's actually fixed. Let's have a look at videos. Yeah, so Alan Wake Remastered, Final Part A, B, C, and D is now actually live. Oh yeah, Spectrum, absolutely. And that's awesome. That's good that it came through. Oh, that's awesome. Because sometimes I don't know if it comes through on my end first very quickly and then over time for other people. But that's cool that it's available for you now to see. Shin, you just killed one of the lieutenants in Far Cry 5. So, this isn't your first playthrough, is it? Shin, you've played through the game before. Hippie, do you download the VOD from Twitch to upload? Usually you've seen local recording files over a much larger size. Yeah, I just export it because I'm not yet at the point where I'll go in and actually look at stuff and make clips and things, because I'm still getting used to the whole process, to be honest. But because I do long streams as well, there's a lot of content to actually look through. But I'd rather have them just be as they are. Don't really need to do any editing to those. If I was doing a very specific video, I definitely would be downloading and then editing it. Okay, so talk to the board, executive hotline chamber. That's where we need to go. Executive affairs. Director's office is near here. All right. How about we just fast travel? There we go. Ah, I've got some abilities. I want to wait on that for a second, actually. Alright, so... let's just go here. Hippie? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Especially when there's like 12-hour streams as well. To transfer it all. Or to download it. Jeremy, interesting outfit with a triangle hairpiece. Yeah, this is actually Jesse's official director's outfit. Because she's the... well, right from the start of the story, she's actually the director of the Federal Bureau of Control. But once you finish the main story... that's when she actually unlocks the outfit. And it's cool that it wasn't just the outfit changes, but also she has her hair differently and has that triangle hairpiece, like you say, as well. Hey there, Geek Tom. Welcome to you. I hope things are going well. And hey there, Ryu. How's things going, dude? You going well, Ryu? That's excellent, dude. That's really good to hear. Oh, that reminds me too. I actually added some BTTV emotes as well. So here's some Ryu that I wanted to put through. One of Scorpion doing his about to be killed thing. And then that as well. Also added this. Added quite a few movie ones as well. This one you can't really see as well, but it's Eddie Murphy in Beverly Hills Cop doing the AOK symbol in that scene that takes place in the in the Gentleman's Club. Let's call it that. Strip joint in that movie. Geek Tom, you've been trying to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, but nope, can't do it. The combat keeps pissing you off. You give up. That's understandable, because there's just some games that are like that it doesn't matter how long you try to give it a shot, it just frustrates, and then it's just a matter of losing interest, and then it's just, yeah. So hopefully you can find a game that is a better experience for you. Hippie, you've been playing around with some emotes. I have, yeah, I absolutely have, and thank you so much for the ones that you've suggested. They were pretty cool too. And I'll probably add some of those as we go. I kind of got sidetracked because I started to see all these different animated ones, and I was like, oh, cool. So it became like a bit of a rabbit hole looking for movie ones. I've even got this one of Jack Nicholson from The Shining. Got a couple of Terminator 2 ones as well, including the one where Arnie, well, the T-800 tries to smile for the first time as well. I got this dancing bit from Ace Ventura. I wish, though, that you could actually make them appear bigger in chat, though. That's my only thing about emotes and that on Twitch. Like, I think it'd be cool if there was an option for people, because I know some people might not want to have buffering happen on chat because there's massive images, but it'd be cool if there was actually an option to enlarge them a little bit as well. Hippie, no worries, Arnie emote. Yeah. Spectrum, you're not seeing those, only the names. So are you watching the streams from like a laptop or a tablet, or are you watching them from mobile or a PC, or? Because I think you also have to have the extension for the BTTV emotes actually active as well. But I don't know, because I've got it active on mine, but I use Google Chrome, so I don't know what web browser you use. But Hippie, is there is it only on Google Chrome, or can you also get it for other browsers as well? Oh, you use Chrome Spectrum? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's good that you have. But yeah, if you get that extension, you should be able to then see all those kinds of emotes as well. Here we go, here's the hotline chamber. Alright, so we'll kick off this Foundation DLC.
Even if it was a dream,
feel Darling reached out to me through the hotline. I have a feeling he and Trench won't be the only callers from the beyond. Problem in the Foundation. That was Auti's vacation spot. We need to check this out.
Oh, that's awesome, Spectrum. Yeah, because there's just so many different ones that I can sort of like... Because the way it works, Spectrum, and I only just found this out recently, the way it works is when you go into someone's Twitch stream, the ones that you'll see available to use are actually also dependent on which ones the streamer themselves have actually added to their channel. So if there's any of those that you like using that doesn't appear in someone else's Twitch channel, it's only because that streamer hasn't actually activated it in their channel as well. I just thought it was like, you know, once you installed the extension, you got every single emote. I mean, there are global ones that everyone will have who actually has the BTTV emotes actually enabled on their channel as well. So but there's a whole lot of custom ones that people have made. Spectrum, you see the ones you typed in chat, but those don't show up under your listed emotes. Yeah, so you actually have to go to a different part, I think. I'm not sure because it's different on my end, because I can see them all. Because it comes up under, on my end, it comes up under Better TTV channel with my profile picture to the left of it. I'm very curious to see what they're going to be doing for the sequel to this game, especially in terms of like the story, where it's going to be located, but also any new abilities that Jesse's going to be able to get, and maybe some advancements for current things that she can already do in this first game. Hey there, Tall. Just caught at your bedtime, really late snooze time. Really, Tall? Well, I hope that when you go to sleep you actually have a really good one as well. Thank you so much for stopping in. I'm doing the DLC called The Foundation, so we finished the main game in this playthrough. Come on, where's the actual activation point for where I need to go? Alright. Let's go across this again. Yeah, hopefully it activates for you soon, Spectrum. What were some other ones I had? Oh yeah, Gandalf doing this. And this Clint Eastwood one as well. And this one, the John Travolta one. I love that one. That's a good emote to use when I'm angry or something. The Gollum, Gollum angry.
Dark, quiet, trans-dimensional. This place really suits Ahti.
Plastic Tree Supplement, Holiday Memories Tree, Altered Item 14AE. Excerpt from Altered Speech of Altered Item 14 by Dr. Theodore Ash. The results are incredible, but more so the speed of discovery this allows us. Altered Item 14 copies our speech, but after numerous tests we've discovered that certain words are missing from its vocabulary. We began isolating these words, cross-referencing them with esoteric texts from the early days of the Bureau. We found that these words, when arranged in particular formations and spoken at varying speeds and cadences, elicit a reaction from altered materials. We tested this specific string of words, a formula, if you will, on the other altered items kept in the examination hall. Varying physical responses were recorded with each one, with an 82% success rate. We've proven that words can tangibly affect these items. Specific applications must be explored, possibly for containment or identification purposes. This will drastically change our approach moving forward. And to think, there are still more words to be found. Here we
So
go.
that etching is the door. Okay, let's try opening it.
Speak friend and enter. Melon.
No time for sightseeing. The board said this was an emergency.
Oh, you do, Spectrum? Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny too how they, like, Gandalf has to sit down and think about it for a bit. It's so funny because the word is really melon, but it's obviously in Lord of the Rings it's an Elvish word. I think it's an Elvish word. In any case, melon. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Potatoes.
Looks like no one's been down here in a while.
Shin, the first it you thought was mostly a dogfight. What in, Shin? Ah, Far Cry 5. Okay, Shin, yeah. Sorry, I've got no context for a lot of the quotes that would probably come from Far Cry games.
Crystals are kind of pretty. Emily would be having a field day down here.
So it's the military rank acronym, is it? Okay.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How did we miss it? Northmore. Acting director Northmore now is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold. My life.
I remember when I dropped off my son on his first day of school. He looked worried, so I asked him, "What's wrong?" Nervously, he answered, "How long do I have to go to school for? I laughed and replied, until you're 18. He nodded and thought about it quietly. When we got to the front gates, he said, Dad, you will remember to come and get me when I'm 18, won't you? I like that. That's a nice one, Mr. Goatee. I love literal humor. I love a lot of different styles of humor, but I also do like literal humor as well, where things are taken literally to the extreme. So that's a good one. Thank you for redeeming that, Mr. Goatee. How's things going as well, dude? Spectrum, so it's first lieutenant or lieutenant. I know some say lieutenant, but I think that's depending on country, maybe. Shin, lieutenant always trips you up on the spelling. I don't blame you. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, Shin, too, you know.
The Foundation. Bottom of the oldest house. Stop the hiss.
Marshall? How was she on the hotline? Unless she's dead. Jesus. She seemed like the kind of woman who could survive anything.
I only heard of the Foundation when I became head of operations. The very bottom of the oldest house. Director access only. Just the name alone is classified. Zachariah gave me a tour the day I was promoted. Said I should see it for myself, to understand. After that, I snuck down on my own from time to time to keep tabs on the place, and on them. But nothing ever changed down there. Not even the walls. It's solid, permanent, different from the rest of the house. Of course, they were always watching me. I never stayed long. I'm not stupid. I have to stop the hiss from finding this place. I'm the only one who can.
So this explains why Marshall went down to this place. But she mentioned to Jesse before she left that there was something that she had to take care of. She didn't actually say where she was going, but this is where we find out that this is where she was going. Spectrum, being autistic, you totally get the taking things literally. Yeah, that's the thing too, you know, and that can sometimes be difficult because, you know, if people don't realize, they might... like, for example, if you're doing a job, you're working at a job, and someone might jokingly, you know, say something, but you might think that they're meaning that it's serious, and so you take it literally kind of thing, I imagine. Mr. Goatee, good, my dude. Just been completing your Steam library of games. You got some games almost done and 100%. You got 2 games so far with the achievements all done. You're going to work on Hellblade and Resident Evil 2. That's excellent, Mr. Goatee. Glad to hear that you're doing good. And that's great, too. Almost got done some of those games to 100%. That's awesome. And getting all the achievements and stuff. Hellblade is such a great game. And so is Resident Evil 2 Remake, of course. I'll be playing both again, of course, this year. Usually well, there's been some years where I've streamed Hellblade in twice in 1 year. So, you know, you never know. I might actually do another playthrough of it even before October, because I tend to do it in October as well.
The Hiss found their way down here too, huh?
Yep. The Hiss are always like that. Damage against enemy armor plus 90%. What's the one I currently have? Plus 63. Well, I definitely need to get that upgrade. So, what we'll do is get rid of some so I can fit it in. It is hippie, yeah, so this is the first of 2 DLC that they did. So the main game's all done. This one's called The Foundation, and then there's another DLC as well, which is heavily and mainly focused on Alan Wake stuff, because both Alan Wake and Control exist in the same universe. So the second DLC I will be doing is basically a Alan Wake DLC. Mr. Gote, 252 Steam games, 2 marked as done, a lot around the 70 to 80% mark as done. 2 games you have completed, all Subnautica. You have completed our Subnautica and Resident Evil 3 remake. 41 plus hours on Resident Evil 3 remake to call it done. Some are going to be a pain with like difficulty stuff, but you will live with that pain because if you can do S rank Inferno, you can live with to deal with tougher stuff. That's true, you know, and I find sometimes too, depending on the games, achieving something really difficult in one game can really help you achieve something difficult in another game as well, sometimes too. Spectrum, you got your diagnosis during your last job, and even after you told them, it still didn't change anything. You liked the job, but they treated you like shit, did they? That really sucks, Spectrum, to have that experience, you know, and to not even take on and take into consideration your diagnosis as well, and then, you know, act accordingly to treat you the way that you know, they should treat everyone, you know, but to actually make sure that they're also considering your diagnosis into things as well. Shin, there's only one game on your Steam list which you will not do 100% in, and that is Star Wars: The Old Republic, and that's because it requires PvP. That's definitely understandable, yeah. Mr. Gote, you also got plans to do Saint Run on Outlast 2. So you got your Steam profile background set to that game so you can celebrate it with it when it's done. Now, dude, like that's I haven't even done the highest. Oh, hang on. Is that the highest difficulty, Mr. Gote? So the achievement is called a Saint. The Saint Run, is it? Or something like that? Or what's it related to? The difficulty? Because I'm assuming it's the difficulty setting where you don't have the ability to save at all. So if you die anywhere at any point in the game, you have to start from the start again. Because in Outlast 1, the highest difficulty does that too. You can't save at all, and there's no auto save either. So if you die, you have to restart the game from the start. Damage against enemy armor. Damage boost plus 38%. Damage boost, that's only 29%, so I'll replace that with that. Oh yeah, so that's pierce, aimed, fire boost, damage while aiming. That's a low health boost. Alright, so let's pick this weapon armor damage mod. And if we go to here and get that, we're going from having weapon armor damage being plus 63% to it being plus 90%. So I'll definitely equip that and then do that. Better look at these as well while I'm here. Okay, so health boost plus 30%, health boost plus 36, so I can get rid of that one. So this is, that's health recovery per element pickup is 40%, and that one's 39%. So I can get rid of that. There we go, that should do for now. Mr. Gotea, Saint Run, highest difficulty. You don't have the ability to save, it's practically permadeath. Ah, okay, no worries at all. Yeah, I just wasn't sure, because you were calling it a Saint Run, and I wasn't sure if that meant that it was some different kind of thing. Spectrum, you've never played PvP before. Yeah, I mean, I sort of don't play any online multiplayer anything. Whether it's, you know, PvP or, you know, all the other variations of what there is. Mr. Gote, also the game asks you to do a run through without hiding in a barrel, to which can be done if you're good at running with memory of pathways. Yeah, come to think of that too, I don't even know. I assume I would have got that achievement because I swear there's probably been a playthrough where I haven't hidden inside of a barrel. Shin, thankfully you're not doing all 716 games on your Steam list to 100%. Oh yeah, dude, absolutely. Like, holy shit. That's a lot of games to get 100% done in. There we go, grab that health that was still there, thankfully. Mr. Gote did Call of Duty for a while, and he even did a few montages that got a few hundred views, but it got old quickly, so you stopped. Well, that's cool, though, that you're able to get that many views on those videos, but it's definitely understandable as well. Thanks for the heads up on that, Shin. Mr. Gote did Call of Duty for a while and even did a few montages that got a few hundred views, but it got old quickly, so you stopped. That's really cool that you're able to get that many views on those montages, but at the same time too, like if it doesn't feel like you're having fun still doing it, it's definitely understandable to stop doing it, you know. Spectrum, you've got so many games you want to play, yet you mostly play Minecraft. Yeah, I can get that because it's kind of like, you just get this focus where you just want to just focus on the one game, and it might be so strong a focus that even if you do think to yourself, I'm going to go play that other game, you're like, but there's so much I want to do in this other one yet. Want to go back to it. Cave paintings. On Art Time. On Art and Time. At first I thought the cave paintings in the Foundation chronicled ancient humans' encounters with natural occurrences like weather, but it soon became clear they depicted events far outside the average human experience. Also, it seems I was wrong to assume the images are ancient. Radiocarbon dating suggests something impossible, that I've been down here longer than the paintings. That's absurd though. The style and medium clearly indicate a Paleolithic origin. I was ready to conclude that an ancient community of humans lived in or around the oldest house. Now, with this information, I don't know what to think. Is one of our agents drawing these, or is there someone down here with us? This place has a habit of skewing my results, so perhaps the data is corrupted. Or perhaps some paintings were created at different times. The art does seem to chronicle not only the past, but also the present, and possibly even the future. I see in them echoes of the board, some linear architecture, even what could be interpreted as a director. Are the paintings telling a story that's still being written? If so, who is writing it? Relocation order. Federal Bureau of Control. Tom, you missed the good news. I'm sure the official memo will go out soon, but Northmore called an all hands at the crossroads to announce we're finally moving out of this hellhole and up into the house proper. Bureau brass apparently solved the moving walls problem, or at least figured out a way to pinpoint where and when they happen. All I know is going up means goodbye darkness, goodbye weird lunches with that ex-Nazi scientist, and goodbye pissing into the pit. I know that was you, Barry. Northmore's ordering the Foundation sealed as soon as we can haul our stuff out and somehow convince Ash to come with us. He's the only one kicking up a fuss. This is long overdue. We've lost 11 men and damn near $10,000 in supplies moving between the entrance and the Foundation. And for what? Research? Ash is batty if he thinks we want to stay here and sift through more sand for him. It's just rusted iron flakes anyway. Did you know that? We were breathing that shit in. Foundation accident. Mr. Wilder, I have some bad news. You remember that Robert Ricardo fellow we brought in as a special consultant to map the lower caves? Well, today he found a chamber with weird eyes covering every inch of the walls and a strange black pillar in the center. Kinda looks like the one at the crossroads, but smaller. We had a Bureau member shadowing him, but whatever happened in there did a number on our guest. The docs are taking a look, but it's pretty clear Mr. Adventure's exploring days are over. I know we were careful to limit this guy's exposure to the non-ordinary. Drugging him and carrying him through the upper floor was a real hoot, by the way, but we really need to reevaluate our policies on external contractors. Honestly, we'd be better off forming a special division trained in rappelling and orienteering than subjecting more outsiders to the shit we deal with. They almost always end up dead or loony. Marcus. Oh shit, there's a collectible I didn't have a look at. Hiss sharpened. So this is a new enemy type that we find in the Foundation DLC. Hiss sharpened agents display the paratalitarian ability to rapidly move short distances. This ability is unique in the fact that it's not associated with any known object of power. However, we should not discount the possibility that this ability is an object variation. For example, abrupt physical relocation, APR, could potentially be a variant of the jukebox's effect. Other explanations of the Hiss sharpened ability currently include A. Momentary time manipulation, B. Brief increase in physical speed, C. Inhibiting the witness sense of light. If we do accept that the Hiss sharpened ability is not connected to a known object of power, then the Hiss are either manifesting unique paranatural abilities, or there are objects in the house that we aren't aware of. Either way, the Hiss are continuing to develop new strains of corruption, and that is cause for concern. Refer to file redacted for full report. Ah, there we go. We have our first redacted of the stream. I know exactly what you mean, Spectrum. I 100% agree with that statement that you redacted.
The astral plane is cutting into our dimension. What if this happens in the upper floors? It'll destroy the Bureau.
Field research on astral entity astral copy. With the astral plane now physically accessible, a torrent of new information has been collected on the entities known as astral copies. The copies' bodies are composed of a dense stone-like material that is both resilient under controlled circumstances and brittle when struck with significant force. See Report 811-1633 for full composition analysis. Whether the astral copies possess individual consciousness or are directed by a higher intelligence, such as the Board, remains unknown. However, their shared aggression seems to indicate a unified goal. Director Faden's encounters with these entities when binding objects of power in the astral plane indicate they serve as live targets for potential paratalitarians to practice on. Some have been equipped with Bureau weaponry, though it seems unlikely they were armed by our personnel. It is important to note that they appear immune to Hiss corruption. Refer to file redacted for full report.
I wish I'd brought Emily with me. I could really use my head of research right about now.
Marshall? Marshall! You're alive! Wait! It's Jesse! The director!
place is huge.
Marshall? Can you hear me?
She was on the hotline, so that person couldn't have been Marshall, right? One problem at a time. Let's see what's going on with that pillar first.
It's been 5 days since we first entered the building. Traversing the interior is dangerous due to the shifting, but we did manage to find a lower cavern that seems structurally predictable, which is a scientific way of saying its walls won't crush us in our sleep. Northmore even made a discovery. A pistol placed on a stone pedestal in front of that strange ebony pillar. Seems like something out of a storybook, except the heroes usually find swords, not handguns. But it is the perfect lure for someone like him. Hours after finding this weapon, Northmore cornered me to spout some nonsense about how the board had made him the director. He ranted about the title being meaningless before now, calling Father and all other previous directors shams, frauds, and worse. I think this place is worse for Northmore than it is for me. Strangest thing? There was no pedestal in front of that pillar a day ago. This building has swallowed a dozen of my men, and now it's handing out presents? Is it playing some sort of game? If it is, we're most certainly losing. Hell, we don't even know the rules.
Hey there, Hitpigs. How's things going? Do you have control of the situation? We still don't have complete control of the situation. In the main game story, we plugged a hole where the source of the hiss were, but there's still enemies that are in the oldest house, but we're also now doing the Foundation DLC where you find out that there's more hiss underground as well. So we're doing the first of the 2 DLC for this game. Things are good. How about you? Oh, that's excellent. That's great to hear. And I'm going really well. I'm having a good Monday, so things are going good. Unacceptable behavior memo from the desk of Director Northmore. To all Foundation personnel, it has come to my attention that members of our exploration teams have been relieving themselves of their God-given liquids in the chasms of the Foundation. As per earlier orders, all personnel currently serving in the Foundation must expel fluids, urinate, do their business exclusively into the correctly colored and labeled vials provided by research personnel. To do otherwise disrupts the ongoing study of the Foundation and demonstrates a profound disrespect, not only for the board and its oldest house, but also for the Bureau you so proudly serve. If I discover firsthand any agents treating the Oblivion as their personal lavatory, they will be forced to go down there and personally clean up their mess. Signed, Director Broderick Northmore. Earlier there was a document we read where one of the people was talking about, someone hanging leaks down into the the pit of the Foundation. Oh yeah, so we've already listened to that log. Another plus bucket. They were like, surprise, motherfucker. Hit pigs, is the pit bottomless? That's actually a good question. I don't know if it actually is, to be honest. So if they were doing their business and they actually were told to go and clean it, I don't know if they could even reach the bottom. Right, and there was a document over this way too. I actually was eating something at the time, so I didn't collect it, so I thought I'd go and explore this other way. And now that I'm not actually eating something, I can read this out. Foundation pillar. On the nature of the pillar. The pillar found in the crossroads is best described as a onyx spike that protrudes from the cave floor like an imposing stalagmite. Despite its aggressive silhouette, the structure has an undeniable allure. Freud would certainly have something to say about the pillar's overly erect nature, but I'm more drawn to Whitmore's essay on dynamic layers, structures within structures, the fractal mirror in every being. Given its significant location, I believe the pillar is either the very heart of the oldest house, or an intrusion within that heart. Or perhaps it's like the husk of a seed from which the oldest house sprouted. Trottier wrote that great architecture isn't built, it grows. But then why does the pillar look so different from the rest of this place's concrete walls and rocky caverns? It's easy to see it as an anomaly, a buried artifact, a foreign body, a demonic phallus. I wonder if this pillar is any more welcome here than we are. It pigs, if the pit is bottomless, why don't they rent it out for people to dump their rubbish in it? Yeah. Just be like a perpetual, vacuum that just basically keeps sucking the stuff down constantly to a source that doesn't there's no source of it. So what's this? Explosive ammo refund. Not really that interested in that. I'll just see if there's anything on top of this structure. Nope. Check around here too.
So I can only choose one? I thought I was done with these tests.
Yeah, Hitpig's layers like onions. And that's the thing about the lore of this game as well, is the fact that it's like peeling back all these layers upon layers, you know, and discovering all these sorts of like ins and outs of this place that's called the Oldest House. Because the idea is that the Oldest House is kind of like a structure that has existed for a long time. It has its own consciousness, and that consciousness is kind of represented by the board, and the actual house itself shifts. So random things can just basically change location, or configurations can change, and sometimes it happens without any notice as well. So there's all this stuff going on, and in this part of the DLC, we're really focusing on the actual foundation of the Oldest House itself. Hey there, Shaky. Welcome to you. Thank you so much for Redacted. Really do appreciate Redacted. That was awesome. Thanks for the Redacted. How's things going? Jakey, you're doing the Discovery Viking Age tonight on Valhalla. Exasperated trying to hunt the Order. Oh, that's cool that you're doing that. That's something I still haven't done for that game. I've done it for Origins and Odyssey, but not for Valhalla yet. That's cool. I hope it goes well.
Okay, let's review. This broken pillar is called the Nail. It was broken by something, and now the astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation, which will destroy the oldest house, the Bureau, and everyone inside. I need to find 4 locks, or keys, or whatever, to stop that from happening. But I'm the director. I've handled worse. This should be simple. Ish. You with me?
Simple-ish. Shaky, you love it so far. Love history. The first-person camera is a nice touch. That's awesome that you're enjoying it. And I didn't realize that it's actually in first person. That's interesting. I like how they've sort of changed it up, because I know it's not done the same way that the other Discovery tours were done. But that's awesome that you're enjoying that. I should eventually get to that. I don't know when though, because whenever I do a playthrough of Valhalla, it's generally a long haul, even when doing just the story alone in the main game. So I sort of get burnt out by doing anything extra, really. Unless I'm doing the DLC, like the Wrath of the Druids and Siege of Paris. But fitting in the Viking Discovery tour into a playthrough is just a bit, yeah. But eventually I will get to it and do it.
Damn gun. Faith. Not sure she's ready.
I'm here, aren't I? I saved the Bureau once, and I'll do it again.
I've served under 2 directors. 3 now, I suppose. Trench and I worked our way up together. We made it through the tough cases, the bad days, the casualties. He was the epitome of a good agent. Smart, decisive, selfless. Then he picked up that damn gun. Becoming director is a formal process overseen by the board. Lots of ritual and mystery. After that, key staff provide detailed briefs on all classified matters. Past and present. But with Faden, well, there's no protocol for field promotion. The girl's smart, has a good head on her shoulders. I'm trusting her to handle the hiss upstairs, while I hold them off here. All this shit with the Nail, the board, I'm not sure she's ready. Besides, I work better alone.
Hey ZZ, how's it going, dude? We're doing this DLC called Foundation.
I'm in the astral plane. Oh, this bleed is just getting worse and worse.
Ah, excellent. We got a damage boost that's better than what we currently have. It's currently I've got damage boost plus 38. This one is damage boost plus 54. So definitely swap that out. Hippie, you got time to watch Lineage and Embers last night. Oh, you did? Oh, excellent, Hippie. So was that your first time watching those? And if so, what did you think?
That's the cave sand. Looks like the astral bleed goes both ways.
Groovy. ZZ, sorry you're not as relevant as you used to be. It's not your intention. If it was your choice, you'd be here every night. Well, that's no worries, ZZ. As I always tell everyone, like, if you can't come to every stream, that's completely fine. I don't think any less of people who can't. I know that things happen. Sometimes people can only stay for a short time watching. Sometimes people can only watch but not chat. So it's all good, dude. Like, people, you know, don't have to be watching the streams every day, every week, every month of the whole year for me to appreciate their support. So it's all good, dude. Hippie, you loved him. It was like Ubisoft at that time was really creating a wonderful story beginning to ending. Exactly, Hippie, yeah. It was kind of cool because that Lineage movie, it's good to see Giovanni in action. And it also showcases some characters that obviously end up in Assassin's Creed 2's story as well. And also the events, even down to Giovanni, the hidden blade getting damaged is considered by the game too, because when Ezio gets the hidden blade, it's still damaged from what happened in the Lineage movie. And Embers is just such a great send-off for Ezio's character, like a final send-off. Obviously in video game form, Revelations was a great send-off for people who played the Ezio trilogy, but if you really did like the character and you're interested in watching Embers, it definitely was, you know, a great animated movie, and it's very rewarding if you're a fan of Ezio to actually watch it. And that ending, man, it's always hits the same way. It's just so well done. Dizzy, I know you don't feel less of you, you're not that guy, but you feel like you should keep your company more. Well, that's understandable to want to be, you know, and watching the streams more as well, you know. I feel the same way with some streamers too, that I might only be able to, watch for an hour or so because, time zone differences, or, maybe they've gone live before I woke up and they're almost finishing by the time I am awake, because the time zones and all that. But yeah, at the same time, it's, definitely understandable not to be able to make every stream. When I was a young man, I had time. Yeah, that's such a great quote by Ezio in Assassin's Creed Embers. Wear everything. Dear Science, there's a person in my pet salamander. He has human eyes. Why doesn't anyone else see him? I think it's like werewolves, but with every animal. Wear dogs, wear cats, wear otters, wear butterflies, wear everything. There are people inside and they can't get out. They're stuck in the animal body. It's not all animals, but it can be any animal. My parents don't believe me. Maybe this has happened before. I thought you would know. Sincerely, John Lemaine. It's funny, some of these correspondences that you find are just so funny. Like, they're so off the wall and out there and bizarre, but they actually fit because the oldest house and the bureau and everything is weird, crazy, and off the wall. So it's very, very fitting. Well, I'm glad that you think of me as your favorite streamer, ZZ. That's awesome, dude. But you can't be here all the time. Exactly. And again, it's completely understandable. It's you come across from the shop, it's 5 in the morning here and you have work, but you're off for 2 weeks. Oh, nice, dude. Getting 2 weeks off. That's going to be awesome. It's always good to get time off like that.
Hiss in the astral plane? That didn't last time.
There's definitely no worries at all, ZZ. As I said, like, not being able to be here all the time doesn't make anyone irrelevant. Doesn't matter if it's a short time or a long time since the last time someone was in. And it's always good to see them come back, and it's also one of those things where I'll always treat them the same way. Even if it's been like, 6 months, for example, just to use a figure. ZZ, nah, because you used to chill all the time, you always made time for you, but you're lazy, you got bitter. Well, that's definitely no worries, ZZ. Like, you don't have to feel like you've been terrible by not, being here. Maneki Neko Procedures. Maneki Neko Statue, Altered Item 48 PE, Containment Procedure None Known. A ceramic beckoning cat figurine, common luck object found in Japanese storefronts. The following is a list of the items. Observed altered effects. Non-corporeality, affinity for specific human behavior, and minor physical movement, waving its arms. Multiple simultaneous incarnations of this item have been observed. Whether these are independent altered items acting uniformly or replicated instances of altered item 48 is unknown. How the items originally arrived in the oldest house is unknown. It was first discovered sitting in the director's chair and was immediately contained in a panopticon cell. The next day, an agent noticed 2 additional figurines had appeared. Hours later, all 3 vanished. The items has been sighted throughout the Bureau, appearing while agents perform redacted tasks. It is theorized that fulfilling certain unknown criteria will encourage the items to appear. Present location is unknown. ZZ, you, Wada, and Alpha, my boys, you'd do anything for you guys. Well, that's awesome, ZZ, as well. You know, it's good to have that kind of support. Can you suggest a game, Mirror's Edge? Yeah, I've actually streamed that a few times on the channel over the years. I haven't played Mirror's Edge Catalyst before, though. So that'll be a game that I wouldn't mind playing at some point. But I really like the first Mirror's Edge. Hitpigs, is good that they're getting those redacted tasks done. It sure is. I also like to get my redacted tasks done as well, because those redacted tasks can sometimes be time consuming, considering that you have to redact it, and then after you've redacted, you have to then redacted the redacted to make sure that the redacted is redacted. That's quite an experience. ZZ, you never watched, usually ahead of the time. Well, that's the thing, like, with that game, I generally actually do it in one stream, because I just do the story. So, I've played it a few times now, and just doing the story, it's a good game for me to play if, like, I've finished another game, and I still have time left to stream, and I don't really know what to stream, but I want to stream something I can finish in one stream. Then I'll actually play Mirror's Edge. It's a good game for that purpose.
Reminder, the Bureau does not have windows. If you notice a window...
Because that audio, because there's other noises around the audio, I'm going to listen to that separately in this screen. ZZ, stop saying redacted. Redacted is something that is said in these documents in this game. So I always read out redacted when there's a black text. Well, when there's a black part that's marked out on the documents.
Reminder, the Bureau does not have windows. If you notice a window, immediately close your eyes and make your way to the nearest safe room. You are permitted to fashion a blindfold from an article of clothing. Any resulting lapse in dress code will be excused. Thank you for your attention.
That music. The music in Mirror's Edge reminds you of Jesper Kid's works, does it? Yeah, it's very atmospheric music in Mirror's Edge, and it really, really suits the graphical style as well, I found. But yeah, that game is fun. I like the parkour, and I like how you can really get through areas, you know, really quickly if you know where you're going and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely a fun game. I really like the first Mirror's Edge. Oh, that's okay, ZZ. There's no worries at all, dude. Does you want to see me play Elden Ring? You never know. I might play it eventually. But there's so many big, massive games that would take weeks and probably a couple of months to play through as well. So I got to really be in the mood for certain games like that, and also fit them into the schedule, etc. These can stones. I can help you. It's so addictive, Rod. Yeah, if I like a game, I'll definitely, you know, dive deep into it sometimes. Like that happened with The Witcher 3. Zizzy, you'll be hooked instantly. Game of the year. There's a reason to beat God of War. It's a masterpiece. Yeah, I'm very curious to eventually see what I think about it. For example, imagine the hardest bosses in the RPG Creed games times 10. Millennia is the hardest boss in any game ever, and you love her for it, even finding her as a challenge. Yeah, there's definitely those enemies in games that get a reputation for being one of the most difficult as well. And it's good that they provide a challenge not only in actually fighting the character, but also even finding them as well. It helps encourage exploration, I imagine, as well, of the game world to try and figure out how to find them. Hey there, Ronnie. How's things going, dude? Hello to you. Welcome to the foundation of what they call the oldest house in this game. Something's really gone wrong with the plumbing of the Bureau, if you want to put it that way. Alright, let's have a look at what we've got. Ronnie, you don't remember this part of Brotherhood? Nope, this definitely is not Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. That's for sure. Oh yeah, that's for luring enemies into traps. Zizzy, to find Millennia, you have to unlock a secret area to get the end of said secret area to find her location. Then you have to find her at the bottom of a huge oak tree right at the end of everything. Really? So that definitely sounds like a lot that you need to do as well. Having to unlock multiple secret areas and have to get all through that. Ronnie, is this Control, but the thing says it's Brotherhood? So what thing, Ronnie? Because on my end I've got Control Foundation DLC Part 5 Spoilers as the title, and the category is Control. Have you refreshed your browser? Geek Tom, you have not finished this game yet, can't seem to get past a certain part, so you gave up. Do you remember what part it was, Geek Tom, that you might have got up to? If you don't, that's no worries, but it's definitely understandable to not want to keep going if you can't get past a certain part. Ronnie, you always remember Control as Lara Croft Jedi. Yeah, it's a great game. A really good game. I like the character of Jesse Faden, and I love using the abilities and everything like that. Ronnie, for you it says AC Brotherhood Part 1. Now it says Control, you refreshed. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking, because I know that you leave me on Lurk. So you might also just have, you know, the browser window still open, and so when I start the next stream on the next day for me, that it's still there. You found it kind of weird, because she is literally the poster girl for Elden Ring. I see, ZZ. Well, there's definitely characters that end up being that way for games and stuff like that. Just goes to show that they have a lot of, you know, fans. But she's the hardest person to find. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it by what you said you had to do. Like... Geek Tom, no idea. You think it was towards the beginning you were streaming it, but you stopped after you gave up. That's fair. Yeah, because there's no point playing a game if you're not really enjoying it, or if you get stuck and it's not something that you're motivated to try and get past, because it might be really frustrating as well. ZZ Millennia the Severed, the Undefeated Swordswoman. So that's her full title. If I finish this DLC today and I still have time, I will actually start the next DLC, the Alan Wake experience, event, I mean. But what I want to do is, when I can this year, whenever I'm playing a game and I'm also doing DLC, when I actually finish the main game, if I'm going to start DLC on the same day, I'll actually end the stream for the main game and then start another stream up when I do the DLC. And if I'm doing DLC in one stream and I finish it in that stream, if I still want to actually do another DLC for the same game, I'll actually end the stream again, because I'd like to make sure that they're sort of separated for people, instead of just basically having, you know, one bleed into the other as well. I mean, I guess I could say, you know, in the title, Foundation and AWE, but then that doesn't really specify whether I've finished one or the other yet. It you know, or at what point I can finish it. So that's what I'll just do this year from now on, is if I'm doing DLC content, generally what I'll do this year is stop the stream when I finish the main game content and then start a separate one up for the DLC stuff. Just see how we go with this. Because doing this DLC might be the whole stream day for me. ZZ, she's a demigod who has never known defeat. Only General Raudan could put her to a standstill. Definitely has a strong reputation, that character. Geek Tom, updating your computer takes so long. I hate that kind of process, especially when it takes too long as well. You know, that can be very frustrating and annoying. Astral Mimic. Field research on astral entity Astral Mimic. Astral mimics are physically indistinguishable from astral copies, but considerably more dangerous due to the fact that they possess pareiotalitarian abilities. The most notable ability witnessed is levitation. It is unknown how this astral entity gained its paranatural abilities. The relevant objects of power are currently bound to Director Faden, which indicates the objects are not responsible. However, objects of power are intrinsically linked to the board and the astral plane. A similar link between the objects and the mimics could also exist, or perhaps the board is able to dispense these abilities at their leisure, with no trial in the astral plane required. The prevailing theory, however, is that the entities are simply replicating observed abilities performed by the Hiss, or even the Director herself, thanks to a prolonged exposure to our world caused by the astral bleed. Refer to file redacted for full report. Yeah, I definitely understand what that feels like too, Geek Tom. You know, the internet here in Australia can be very unpredictable. Even if you were to have the highest cost plan with any company here, it would be still the same thing. You wouldn't always reach the top speeds, and you would also still get so many different issues as well. Shit. That was close. TV screen. Auto clock set. It's easy. Here you go, Rod and Chat. Check how awesome she is. Millennia. The Severed versus General Radan. Gee, he's giant, isn't he? It's a big sword. Or two swords. So here we go. It's the best show. We have a new episode to watch of the Threshold Kids, which is a very entertaining, wholesome show that the whole family can enjoy. Young and old can enjoy this show. And let's watch this. See, entertainment for the whole family to enjoy. It's quite wholesome, that. Zizi, her lore is that she ventured out into the wild and came across an undefeated blind swordsman who taught her everything. She became a swordsman without peer. So the classic story of someone finding a mentor figure who's, sometimes an old man, or someone who's got a lot of experience with a certain thing, and they become their protege and they learn their skills, and then they go out into the world and do their thing. I'm gonna listen to this recording on its own because of the other sound effects happening.
Entry day plus 86. There's been a change. Hercules and Mabel, id numbers 3 and 11 attacked my staff today. 2 fatalities. 3 if you count Mabel. She was always so kind. As a result, we are abandoning the Foundation. Northmore gave the order to transfer our resources to the upper floors. Now that my control points allow us to safely come and go from the New York streets. Did I forget to include that fact in my previous logs? I've been so busy. Using the arrays I made. Control points have been established throughout the oldest house. Excuse me if I don't sound excited, it's just... A few months ago, I would have been overjoyed to leave the Foundation. But now I realize I've grown fond of it. There's something deep in the stone here, deeper than that watching presence. Something warm. I feel it needing me. I won't go. I'll refuse. Northmore won't be happy, but so be it. I'm starting to see him for what he is. An impotent storm. Father Shade in a cheap suit.
This actor's voice is familiar to me. Or it seems familiar. So I just want to do some investigating to see if I'm right or if it's something else. It's probably not, but something about this actor's voice reminded me. No, it's not. I thought it was the actor who plays Tobias Frewer in the first Watch Dogs, but it's not. There were just some things about this guy's voice that just spoke now that reminded me of the other actor. Zizi, but is a demigod regardless. The daughter of Queen Marika, the Eternal, and Radagon, the head of the Golden Order. Millennia, the everything.
Another etching, like the one I used to get in here.
The daughter of Queen Marika the Eternal and Radagon, the head of the Golden Order. Most people call her Millennia the Severed, but you of Gideon Ofnir call her Millennia the Undefeated Swordswoman. She deserves that title. Yeah, definitely sounds like, from what you're saying of the character and the reputation that the character has, that she definitely has all those titles and seemingly would deserve it. There seems to be a cult of Millennia probably in real life. You're proud of Eivor holding his own against Cassandra. Yeah, I think that whole story was so contrived in that content, making Eivor weaker as a character just because they wanted Cassandra to be stronger. And I don't like that kind of thing, you know, because Eivor literally has high concentrations of Isu DNA in her as well, you know, and she can more than easily handle something like a piece of Eden. But of course they have to make Cassandra the best character ever compared to everyone else in the series, and so they do that against Eivor. Cassandra is a demigod. Yeah, but Cassandra has Isu DNA in her as well, you know. So Eivor also has high concentrations of Isu DNA because Eivor literally was an Isu in a former life, Odin. Not that I don't like Cassandra as a character, it's just I don't like it when a character is nerfed just for the sake of another character who came out before them, you know what I mean?
Is this the lock/key the board told me about?
Zizi, you suppose so is Eivor. If you have Odin whispering to you all the time, Eivor is OP too. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really make Eivor able to, you know, drop from great heights and not take any damage, or teleport from one enemy to another and kill them. A lot of the stuff that they did for Cassandra and Alexius was fantasy based, not sci-fi based, which is a big problem because the Isu don't use magic, they use technology. And so to have a character using magic instead of technology, and the way that it works is that they don't really explain in game why Cassandra can do the teleportation thing, other than the fact that the sphere itself supposedly makes all this magic stuff happen. You know, which is a bit lazy if you ask me, because then it becomes a it fixes everything issue, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, but that's just technology then, you know, it's just different. But the difference about the technology that gets used in the other games in the series for over, you know, 13 years, or however long it was before Odyssey came out, was that the Isu technology may seem like magic to the people from the past observing it, but it is actually technology, so there's no fantasy going on at all, it's all sci-fi. It's just that the characters themselves think it's magic because they don't know any better. They haven't reached the point in history where technology reaches a certain point, you know what I mean? So the spear being able to just magically make Cassandra do everything is not really a good excuse as to why there's all these moves that she can do. The only thing that the game actually points out that is actually a thing that Cassandra can do is, or that the spear can do rather, is that it allows her to actually anticipate the move of an enemy before they strike. But also, it's an artifact too, so touching the artifact can actually trigger memories as well. Not only just in her, but other people as well. But yeah, I do like Cassandra as a character, but I feel that when you're actually bringing her character into other stories, if you already have a character who is equally gifted, you don't make that character weaker just because the other character was made first, you know what I mean? Like, that is, that's character bias, you know. It's like when It's like when you have a character that has long established being able to do something, then another character just walks in and does everything, and then they get considered to be better simply because they were written that way. You know what I mean? It's easy, but listen, Cassandra had 0 power when she arrived and saw Eivor. Yeah, but I mean, the overall thing is, though, like, Eivor is depicted to be weaker than Cassandra as well. And even though her spear stopped working, they still make it that she's, you know, so powerful that she can actually interact with a piece of Eden like an apple of Eden, whereas Eivor struggles with it. And Eivor shouldn't struggle with it. But they wrote it that way because they didn't want Eivor to be seen as better than Cassandra. That's right, yeah, she gave the spear to Herodotus, which is part of the path as to, you know, how it ended up where it was when Layla found it. You're right, I get you. Yeah, you know, so that's my only issue with that kind of stuff. Like, if you can give a reason why a character is weaker, and it actually is logical, then that's fine. Like, if there's an event that happens that weakens the character, then that's understandable. But if it's just simply a case of this other character turns up and is automatically made stronger, and then the other character's made weaker without any explanation, really, or an explanation that is only written by the writer because they wanted that character to be OP.
Just doing my job.
It's easy, but you think they nerfed Cassandra for said reason. If Cassandra arrived OP, she would have kicked Eivor's ass. Would have been boring. Yeah, you know. But yeah, taking the spear away from Cassandra, basically just puts her down on a lower rung by 1 than what she was when she had the spear. But the rung that she's reduced to is still high up on the ladder, you know what I mean? Whereas Eivor is essentially put under Cassandra's power level. Even when she gets the spear, even when she's without the spear. Just simply because the writers wanted it to be that way. Not because there was any valid in-story reason to make Eivor weaker than Cassandra. And it would be the same if Alexius was the canon character. I'd still have the same argument. So it's definitely not a case of Cassandra being a woman and me being against her character because of that. I'd say the same thing about Alexius if he was actually canon and he turned up and the same thing happened between him and Eivor.
First one down. Director Faden's got this covered.
I want to fast travel to Emily and see if there's anything new that she says, given what we've just done. Dizzy, I know you won't agree with this, Rod, but Altair would kill them both easily. He never got hit. Yeah, I guess you could write a story in which Altair can kill characters like that. Like, you could do a story where Mario can kill the Emperor from Star Wars just by jumping on his head, if you wanted to. I wonder if Arish...
None. Looks like it got shifted. We have rangers checking each sector.
Fuck, whose side is the house on? Alright, we'll keep teams looking. And post a watch on the old location just in case it shifts back. We need that fucking ammo. I heard you closed the Hiss portal, or whatever it is we're calling it. And if we could just flush out the stragglers.
I'll see you later.
You know where I'll be.
But Altair would kill them both easily.
The emergency rations don't include beer. Fucking thirsty.
I don't blame you, Arish. Dodging is everything. That is true. It's a very good tactic to use.
Good to see you again. Hi, Jesse.
Nope.
Well, I've got a bureau to run. See you soon.
Yes, ma'am, Director Faden.
Please, Emily. Not even as a joke.
Bye for now.
ZZ Palpatine is the greatest Sith of all time. Yeah, he's definitely powerful. But, in my mind, he died in Return of the Jedi. No clone business either.
Darkness engulfed the elevator.
Shit!
There was something there, reaching for her.
Hope is now head of research. It's official.
Damn it, I didn't want to activate that yet.
Sensed a drowning man.
Damn it. That's the Alan Wake content. I don't know if that bit that we just heard disappears if you already get past that part. So, let's test. If it activates again, then I know it does.
Good to see you, man.
Darkness.
Good. I'm not ready for that yet, because that's part of the Alan Wake DLC. Hippie sitting in an empty classroom watching. Got the whole place to yourself. It's like when you go to the movies to watch a movie and no one else is there. Says he single-handedly made everyone terrified of him. He sure did. Imagine him versus someone like Freddy Krueger or something, and laughing whilst doing it. Exactly. That's true. Okay, got all these ability points now. Let's increase shield strength to the final level. And let's activate energy will recover while the shield is active. That'll be good. And now I'll save those points for something else. Let's have a look. Mods, weapon forms. I can upgrade Pierce. Cool. Now I've unlocked a third mod slot for that. So that's cool. ZZ Freddy would get his shitty fingers chopped off, the stupid prick, would he? Maybe. Unless Palpatine was dreaming and couldn't get out and couldn't wake up. Then it might be a different story. Alright, so damage while low on health and damage while aiming is what I've got equipped for that. For Pierce. So let's see what I can do that is exclusive to that. So we got headshot damage. damage after kills feels like it would be good, but headshot damage might actually be better to add to that, because I've got it added to grip, so it'd be good to add it to pierce as well. So I only have level 2 of that, so I'll still put that in though. It's better than not having it at all. Zizzy, are you really asking me that question? What's that, Rod? Darth Maul and Savage Opress versus Darth Sidious. From the Clone Wars. That proves your point. I always believe that in any story that you are writing yourself, you can make anything happen. That's why I don't really get excited over those, you know, what if such and such fought such and such? Who would win? And I'd be like, whoever the writer wants to win would win. Young Palpatine would kill anyone. Even Thanos from the MCU. Crouchhead, thank you so much for the follow. Zizzy, the only person he was scared of was Qui-Gon Jinn. He was a great character, Qui-Gon. Oops, I didn't mean to make a screenshot. I accidentally pressed the button on the Xbox controller that instantly makes a screenshot of any game that you're playing. Shit! What are you doing, Rod? Fuck me dead. We don't want to activate that. Jesus Christ. Alright, hotline. Alright, where is it? The Alan Wake stuff. Alright, now I need to make sure that I do that at the start of the Alan Wake DLC. Alright, so it was under Wake. Alright. Need to look at that when we're ready to do the DLC. Alright, time to get back to this DLC. The Foundation. Crossroads. How's things going, Crouchhead? I hope things are going good. He was scared of him because Qui-Gon knew he was. Dooku told him before Maul killed him. Yeah, fear is definitely something that can be an obstacle for certain people, especially when they're coming up against other characters that they fear. Ley lines. On ley lines and their energies. For all my research into the oldest house's ley lines, I still don't understand why they converge here at the base of this pillar. I suppose the simplest reason is that they have to converge somewhere. Occam's razor and all that, but that seems wrong. The esoteric world abhors coincidence. So what is the true relationship between this pillar and the ley lines? Does it act as a magnet, attracting them, polar north? Or is the pillar a product of their focused energies? A sprout, nourished by the constant flow of the oldest house's power. Perhaps classifying that power would provide some insight. However, we currently have no means of measuring or quantifying it. Given time, it may become possible to collect and even harness this energy. On that note, Northmore is bringing in the much lauded Dr. Gustav Wagner from headquarters in DC to aid my research. I suppose this is his way of saying he doesn't trust me to work unsupervised. Let's just hope Dr. Wagner is as smart as his dearly departed Fuhrer once believed him to be. ZZ, fear is everything, even for a Sith. Absolutely. They definitely like to use that. Fear, anger, all the negative emotions.
Jesse, hey!
Emily, how did she get down here?
Good question,
Don't
Jesse.
be a stranger.
What are you doing down here, Emily?
What do you mean? You called me down, remember?
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
No, that's right. You didn't. But then, I remember you needing me to come here. I mean, you even told me how to get in. Let's just chalk it up to synchronicity so we can get to work.
She takes everything in stride.
The board called me down here to deal with the situation. The astral plane is
colliding with our world. I know. Isn't it fascinating? I never even considered that the astral plane could be a physical volume expanding beyond its dimensional container. The bleed is localized to this area, but its growth rate seems steady. Given time, it will consume the entire Bureau, and possibly beyond.
That's what I'm here to stop. The board told me to fix the nail over there by dismantling 4 locks in the astral plane. Funny, I think it's put itself back together a bit.
So that could be due to the law of inverse exchange. For every associated component you remove, this nail reconstructs. Or possibly some variation of anti-sympathy. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Did you notice all the Bureau infrastructure? It looks like there was a research team stationed down here at some point. Do you think Darling knew about this?
I put money on it. That reminds me, have you seen Marshall? She contacted me over the hotline, but then I saw her walking around.
I haven't seen her. The hotline only connects to extraplanar entities. Or dead people. But Marshall's proved time and time again that she's a survivor.
That's exactly what I thought.
Anyway, I've been looking into the minerals growing down here. Have you noticed how they insist on maintaining a certain form? Maybe some sort of a state memory, or they consciously prefer a certain shape?
I think we're on a clock here, Emily. I need to stop the astral bleeding before it brings the oldest house down. See what you can find out from the nail in the meantime. And send out some rangers to look for Marshall. She may be in trouble.
Will do, Jesse. If you see anything interesting, remember to take detailed notes.
I love Emily's enthusiasm, plus when something seems to be causing things to go in a completely different direction, she's just like, oh, maybe it's this that's caused it. Let's investigate. Zizi, Master Kenobi, you disappoint me. Yoda holds in such high esteem. Surely you can do better. Christopher Lee is goated. He well and truly is.
So please try to be careful.
Like, what a life he lived. Even before he became an actor, you know, and then afterwards as well.
The Rangers have tapped into an old radio network they found around the Foundation. So if you need backup, just call them at one of the stations.
How did the Hiss get into the Foundation?
Same way we did, I imagine. But you need to remember that the Hiss are the embodiment of persistence. Their nature seems to be one of force, to find every possible vulnerability and exploit it. Their only goal is consumption.
I'm sure there's plenty of goodies for them down here. The nail, for instance.
If the Hiss could corrupt the nail, I'm sure they would have by now. It must not interest them in its broken state. They could be distracted by the numerous unknown paranatural materials I'm sure are lying around. These are the roots of the oldest house. The Hiss will find plenty of ways to make trouble.
They're pretty good at that. So you've never heard of the Foundation, huh?
I've never even seen the name referenced. Clearly it's highly classified, but for what reason? The problem with these kinds of closed-off hidden areas is that they were likely sealed for good reason. But now no one is left to tell us what that reason was.
Any guesses why the Bureau would hide something like this?
I only know what I've observed. This place is spatially rigid, which means it doesn't shift like the rest of the oldest house. And before you ask why that is, I have to admit that I'm clueless. There's some signal interfering with my equipment, making it hard to get a clear reading. It's being emitted from the floor. Maybe I should have brought a jackhammer.
The astral plane is already taking chunks out of this place, Emily. Let's not add to it. So let me get this straight. The astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation.
Correct.
And that's happening because the nail is damaged.
I'd say it's a bit more than damaged, but yes, that is my understanding.
So what's the connection between the nail and the astral plane?
It's a good question. See, I always pictured objects of power as strings between our plane and the astral. If the nail has a similar relationship, then maybe it's more accurate to think of it like plumbing. Now that the nail is busted, sewage is gushing everywhere.
Not the prettiest metaphor.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself. All the tests I run on the nail keep coming back as nonsense, and a couple of my instruments have already broken.
Maybe we should take that as a sign to pack it in?
I didn't take you for a quitter, Dr. Saba. There's a reason I packed a black rock-plated microscope.
Zizzy, you love that guy. Even when he was 94 even. Watch that. So what is this link, Zizzy? The Hobbit behind the scenes for Christopher Lee. Cool. That was so cool that he actually returned to reprise the role of Saruman.
We've got this area covered, Director.
Hey there, Fewer. It's going really, really good, thank you. How's things going with you? Zizzy, your grandma is 85 and you'll do anything for her. That's a great milestone for her to reach, 85 years old. And imagine what has been experienced and seen by your grandmother in that time, but also the things that have actually happened, in the world since then, over that amount of time. You are going great, man. All's good, and tomorrow's a holiday for you, so you get to relax. Oh, that's excellent, Fewer. That's awesome. It's always good when you can do that. And you definitely hope that the time goes really slow when you get days off. So that's awesome, Fewer. She's as young as she's ever been. And that's a good way as well to be, I feel. No matter how old you get, still try and hold on to this idea that you can still, do certain things. I mean, obviously there's things that as we get older we might not be able to do 100% the same way or even at all, but if there's other things that we can sort of do that we can enjoy, it's always good to still do those things that we enjoy that we can do. You feel older than her, exactly, she's blessed, you're not. You're older than you should feel. Yeah, I think that happens to all of us sometimes. Feeling that way.
My life's been a strange one. Certainly stranger than I'd like. But this place, it's something else. The floors crawl, the walls slither. It's a shifting pit. On the street, it's just another drab building standing there for anyone to see. But no one does. How do we miss it? Northmore. acting director in Northmore now, is on a train from Washington. He'll expect answers, which is why I'm making these tapes. They're evidence that I'm at least trying to understand. Father searched his entire life for something like this, and we find it 1 week after he's buried. He always hated irony. Of course, Father, the great director, Ash, would have been the first man in. And look at me, his bookworm son, the supposed head of research who can't stop his legs from shaking long enough to step over the threshold.
Alright, I already actually had listened to that. And ended up... Alright, so we're gonna go this way. Azizi, but that's on you. 26 pushing 90. Yeah, I think there's some days where it's very understandable.
Worst I've ever seen is take the nail. End of the world.
So I can't let the hiss take the nail. Not a problem. I know how to handle them.
There's some days you just wake up and you're like, damn, I feel older than I am. And then other days it's something that doesn't even pop into the mind. Let's have a look at loadout. The hotline. End of the world.
I snuck into the Foundation through a back door I know. Had to get ahead of the hiss. Just a matter of bypassing the ritual protections. Luckily, the board's as distracted as the rest of the Bureau. I had to put on a brave face up there, but the situation is the worst I've ever seen. We're getting back on our feet, but we've already lost so much. Trench is dead. Darling is... somewhere. I'm the only one left. But I still have a job to do. Keep the hiss back. There's not enough HRAs to spare, so I'll have to make do with what I've got. Frankly, I don't even know what will happen if the hiss take the nail. Trench made it sound like it'd be the end of the world. He was never one to exaggerate. Well, orders are orders, even if they come from a dead man.
Yeah, that's still a very impactful scene when Boromir dies. He definitely redeems himself after he tried to take the ring from Frodo. ZZ, you look so much like him, you wouldn't believe. Boromir. Shadowfax, Lord of all the horses. Weapon armor damage mod. Ah, plus 102. That's awesome. Well, the one that we currently have is plus 90 power. So we'll definitely swap that out. ZZ, thank you. You've been here for 6 years and has never gone amiss. You're a good man. Well, that's awesome, ZZ. You know, because time just goes so fast sometimes too. You know, so it's always good when you can find, you know, people and also things that can really, you know, help those years. So thank you so much for your support over that time as well. I really appreciate that too. Astral Spike. Field research on astral entity Astral Spike. Astral spikes are metastructural entities found in the astral plane. Their existence was first confirmed when a single spike travelled into our dimension through the mind of an astronaut. See report redacted for details regarding Agent Gibson. Astral spikes seem to exist beyond our dimension's physical laws. They do not resemble any living creature or animate object we have yet encountered. They are even dissimilar to astral copies, despite the fact that both originate from the astral plane. The spikes are immensely dangerous, emitting a wavelength that disrupts all organic and inorganic matter in their immediate vicinity with catastrophic results. Discerning the nature of this wavelength has been difficult for obvious reasons, but the Parakinesiology Department continues to investigate. Refer to file redacted for full report. That's absolutely no worries at all, ZZ.
Director Faden here. I need a ranger dispatched to my position.
So this was something that they added in this DLC, where you could actually call upon the help of a ranger. Only one at a time though, unfortunately, but still. ZZ, you don't know if you remember, you were the biggest sociopath of all time, cocky as fuck, you've grown up a lot. Well, that's definitely great. It's always good when you can sort of like overcome certain things that are negative things that, you know, can basically be either like short term or sometimes the long term, but it's good if you can defeat them, you know, eventually. So that is really cool, ZZ. Ouch. Geyser. Go get through that.
Another etching.
Another etching. Used to give you so much shit, sarcastically of course, but don't act like we didn't enjoy it because we did. Your favourite scene, chat. There's definitely a lot of scenes across all the Lord of the Rings movies.
Hello? Board, are you there? Okay, what the hell is going on? Wait, I'm back here?
I like how at the start of this DLC it makes you think like you can only choose one ability over the other, and then whatever you choose you have to stick with for the rest of the DLC, and you might be missing out on other stuff if you didn't choose the other. But we get to this point where the game is like basically like, but here's a loophole. You can actually get the other item, the other ability that you might not have chosen. So ultimately you get to have both, so it doesn't really matter which one you actually choose in the first instance, because you still get to this point anyway where you get the other item, or the other skill as well.
Wasn't my idea. Blame the eyeball. Former. Yeah, we've had our differences. But it is giving me something you won't. I don't like you deciding what I can't have.
Ooh, a health boost. So, what is it? Alright, so health boost that we've already got is plus 36%. Ah, this is lesser. Damn it. Oh, hang on, shit. Bloody hell, I activated that instead of keeping the other one. There we go. Zizi, you're waiting for a long time. Play Assassin's Creed 2, your favorite game of all time. Yeah, I actually finished a playthrough of that recently. I'm actually on to Brotherhood now. Yeah, that's such a great soundtrack. I know you've played it a million times, just want you to play it sooner. Yeah, I mean, I will be doing another playthrough of it, obviously, for my annual 2023 playthrough, but need to get back to that. Need to get to that first. We go again, exactly. I'll be starting that annual series earlier this year too, because I've got multiple playthroughs of Black Flag's 10th anniversary celebration to actually do for the whole year. So once I get my annual Black Flag playthrough done for 2023, the rest of the year will be including Assassin's Creed Black Flag playthroughs until the year ends, of various kinds.
I'm getting pretty tired of being jerked around the astral plane. If you're listening, I want some answers.
So what you need to do is when you play said games, make sure you enjoy it, which is practically impossible not to. Yeah, I always enjoy replaying a lot of the Assassin's Creed games. Even in playthroughs where I might be doing a challenge that makes me rage a lot.
Hi there. It was nice of you to give me something the board wouldn't. What are you getting out of it? So I'm just supposed to believe you're a particularly charitable, whatever you are? Hungry? I mean, yeah, actually, I'd love a sandwich or something. That's not what you meant, was it? Are you part of the board? Or used to be? Okay, so you split because the board blamed you for... Gotta be easier to play charades. Do I need to rescue someone? I don't know what I expected. Listen, this has been great, but I have to go. Thanks for your help, and, stay out of trouble.
What was Former trying to tell me about the board? Should I trust either of them?
Zizzy, one of your favorite streamers on is 39Daff, and she hated Syndicate, which you know you like, especially Evie. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable that there'll be people that won't like Assassin's Creed Syndicate. I like it. I still think it's Ubisoft Quebec's best Assassin's Creed game yet. I think it even trumps Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Even though Odyssey has better graphics, obviously, but Syndicate is actually an Assassin's Creed game. Whereas Assassin's Creed Odyssey is 5% Assassin's Creed. But, yeah, Syndicate is fun. It's also a game that there's multiple different kinds of challenges you can do with it too, as well. One of the ones that I've done is a knives only challenge, and it was quite fun. That mission called the Crate Escape. In that mission, you don't have to use your pistol. You can actually switch to your knives. And like with the pistol, the ammo keeps refilling automatically in that mission. So too does your throwing knives automatically refill when you're actually on that carriage. So there's a lot of parts in that game that are quite good with the throwing knives. Obviously, depending on what your rules are that you add, you can either make it even more difficult by making it that you know, Evie can't get the maximum amount of throwing knives, for example. But the only difficult thing that I faced with that playthrough was when Jacob has to rescue the palace soldiers who are captured. There's shops near the palace, but the boundary that if you pass through, you desynchronize is before every single shop on every single side of the palace. So you can't actually make it to any of those shops to refill your knives. and I had a rule where I was able to actually refill my knives in that game if I needed to. But in that particular mission, because you're forced to play as Jacob, he doesn't get as, like, potentially Evie gets the maximum amount of throwing knives, which is higher than the maximum amount that Jacob can get. So in that part of the game, because you're having to play as Jacob, you have to deal with the fact that you don't have as many throwing knives as Evie could get as well. Hippie, what's the superpower you wish you had? Well, there's two. It'd be cool to have the ability to take on all the pain and suffering that someone's feeling and absorb it, and then basically dissipate that energy into something positive. And the other one would be to not have to worry about if you injure yourself, being able to heal quickly. So where do I need to get to? I need to go over that way, which is that way that Jesse's facing. Actually, no. Ah, okay, so the direction that the arrow faces, signifying where you're positioned, doesn't change when you change Jesse's direction. It's when you change the camera. Okay. So we need to go this way then. ZZ, listen, Odyssey DLC is 10 times better than the base game, Atlantis. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. There's some issues that I have, of course, with all that DLC for Odyssey. But there's things about those DLC that I actually do like as well. Maybe that first one seems very intricate. Yeah, you know, it actually... because there's a movie called The Crow. And in that movie, Eric Draven's fiance gets killed. He does too, but through the power of the crow, he comes back to life. And the police officer who actually stayed with his fiance while she was still in hospital, because she didn't die instantly, but she was in hospital on life support and she didn't make it. And all the sadness and pain that the cop who was with her witnessed, basically Eric Draven, who is the main character, he absorbs all of that and sees all of that through the cop. And so when he's dealing with the main villain of the movie, he basically forces all of that pain and everything that his fiancée felt into the villain, you know. So that's where I kind of got the idea from, you know, to answer that question, where it's like, you know, take someone's pain, but instead of putting it into someone else, you know, turning it into something positive. Whereas in that example I was talking about from the movie The Crow, he takes all that pain and puts it into the mind of the villain and basically fucks him up. ZZ, absorb it into something positive. So Jesus, your power would be no one ever asks that question again because it doesn't matter. But if you could, you'd be Wolverine. Yeah, have the aging process be very slow. Your wounds heal, and you live for a very long time. Hippie, well that's all okay. You just figure it makes up for some conversation. So what is one that you feel, Hippie? Like what would be something that you'd like to have?
Director Faden?
I mean, there's other things I'd like to have too, like the ability to fly would be awesome, you know. the ability to make things move with your mind would be fun. But if you look at the movie Chronicle, it also shows how that can be a bad thing depending on who's actually using it, so... And if you can't control it, or if you lose control of it,
Give us a call on the
you know,
radios if you need help out there, Director.
that would give, you know, something really negative.
If it isn't my favorite director. The Rangers found a section of the containment sector in the caves, but no house shifts occur down here. Strange.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
ZZ, fuck flying. You're terrified of heights, but hippie. Terrified of heights, yeah. Although, that could be another superpower. Or another thing. Hippie, the ability to see cross lies would be good. Would be cool. Like if you're able to see the very baseline of reality and truth. Oh yeah. Yeah, that actually would be something interesting to be able to have. And, you know, you'd also be able to detect if someone was lying 100% accurately as well. Or if there's something that someone's, you know, hiding that is something that shouldn't be hidden, being able to know. ZZ, good shit. You'd be Jean Grey, a goddess. No one can touch you, and you've got... Yeah. Yeah, I guess that could be one thing that would be something to enjoy, I guess. But then, ZZ, you'd have to worry about the kinds of things that women need to worry about with bras and fitting and trying to find the right size one that actually fits properly and all that type of stuff. And constantly ask you what size they are and all that type of stuff. Now there's power. Would you, ZZ? Yeah. Well, before this turns into a full-on in-depth conversation about sexual activity and everything like that, I think that's where we should stop the topic of discussion. I started it? Yeah. I guess I started it by being asked a question by someone else that had nothing to do with, you know, boobs. But yeah, this is Twitch, not Pornhub. Although I guess you could argue that some Twitch streamers go across that line, but that's their channels, not this one. Zizzy, are you being specific on a site there, Rod? Well, I mean, you've got those hot tub streamers, and you got those streamers that, you know, are half naked on stream as well, you know. So there is a corner of Twitch that people can, you know, go to if they're really wanting to, you know, indulge in their fantasies and want to, you know, all that kind of stuff. But it's not in Rod Legion's channel, that's for sure. Hey there, Jeremy. So how big is the old house? It's really, really big. Like, I mean, in this DLC, we're actually exploring the foundation of it. And it even goes deeper still to areas that we can't even go to. And then you've got, you know, the actual building itself proper. And then you've got, you know, all of that area too, as well. There's just so much. It's easy. Adriana Chekik broke her back at TwitchCon. You actually heard something about that happening to her. That would be very, very painful, to put it mildly. Wouldn't want anyone to go through that. If you Rod Legions be rootin', be tootin', by God be shooting. Red Dead Redemption. Yeehaw! Hey there, Teddy. How's it going? Welcome. Zizzy, poor girl, you feel sorry for her. Yeah, I mean, you know, anyone who would go through that, like, it'd be such a painful experience. Not only when it actually happened, but all the weeks and months afterwards. History of the oldest house. On the history of the oldest house. The oldest house was revealed much to me during... has revealed much to me during my months in the Foundation, but many questions remain. Primarily, the tree etchings bewilder me. What is their significance? If the house has changed shape over its lifetime as I've theorized, then was a tree its first form? I sent a team to the Schwartzman building, or the Schwartzman building, in search of pre-settlement accounts of Manhattan Island. From those, I discovered a single relevant line. And there, I found a tree not known to me, the devil twisted within its bark. That line, taken with the fact that certain American cultures believed some trees would offer wisdom and guidance, is indeed interesting. However, it's hardly firm evidence, and though I am now bound to the oldest house, I remain a man of science. Of course, there are numerous ancient beliefs regarding trees. Yggdrasil, the tree of knowledge. Yarks Imix Che. Some cultures offered blood sacrifices to trees, while others claimed trees endowed chosen individuals with inhuman powers. Do New York City's many murders act as a sacrifice for the oldest house? Does the house have a chosen champion? Is it me? So something I only thought of in this playthrough, because this is only the second time I've played not only the main game of Control, but this Foundation DLC, but I only just realized that this former thing is actually the father of this character that we heard recordings of. Let's see where it was. Ash Tapes. This character. I only just twigged that when I was actually at that part where Jesse spoke to the former, and he mentioned a son. So that son is the one that is in these tapes. But I can't remember what the name is of, like, are they both Theodore Ash? I can't remember. Teddy got Assassin's Creed 2 today. Low-key, very good game. Well, that's awesome that you got Assassin's Creed 2. That's excellent. It's such a great game. I really enjoyed replaying that, ZZ. And then a month ago you fell down the stairs and broke 2 ribs, laughed my ass off. You've been on 200 milligram cocodamol. You've been more drowsy than anyone could imagine. I imagine so as well, ZZ. Like, to have that experience. I hope you're feeling better, or as much as you can be. Hippie, watching streams in bed is pretty cozy, to be honest. Just have a nice blanket, maybe even a warm cup of tea. Probably not if you're in Australia. They've got summer going on. Well, that's the thing. The funny thing is, like, personally, if it's winter, I still love eating cold stuff. And when it's summer, I still love eating hot stuff. Because that sort of doesn't really worry me too much. It's more just the actual temperature of the actual, location that I'm in that really worries me. Well, it doesn't worry me. It's not like I'm, not being able to sleep and stuff. But the thing about when it's really hot is it is annoying, but I still love eating hot food in the heat. And when it's cold, I don't mind it as much, but it's also great. I also like eating cold stuff during winter. What do you mean low key? Who said AC2 is okay? You'll kick off. Go to game. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where there's definitely people who wouldn't think Assassin's Creed is even a good game at all, like Assassin's Creed 2, but which is just one of those things. Oh yeah, so there's more of these to look into. That doesn't work. Hippie, you love yourself some ice cream in the winters. Absolutely. Because, it's one of those things where the taste of it doesn't actually, change. Sometimes I do, Hippie, but not like a full-grown one or anything like that. It just depends. Sometimes I do get lazy and don't shave for a while, but then I'm like, you know what? I need to do so, and then I'll do it. But yeah, I've never had like a full big beard or anything before in my life, actually. So you can grow the best beard of all time and it's ginger. Do you? Bo, no. But no. On the pyramid and geometry. I've been going through my library, researching pyramids and triangles. If that shape does relate to the board, as Northmore says, then perhaps our predecessors in the occult can offer some insight through their geometric knowledge. In esotericism, the triangle is closely associated with the Holy Trinity and other three-part concepts: past, present, future, mind, body, spirit. Interestingly, the term board also implies multiple parts. Upright triangles in Judeo-Christian imagery indicate ascent into the rational/divine realm. Inverted, it signifies a descent into the corporeal and human. Naturally, the ascent is masculine and the fall is feminine. Adam and Eve. That's just a bit of old world patriarchy. It's 1964 now, and we're well past that silliness. Considering the above, what does the inverted triangle tell us about the board? They're clearly not corporeal or human. Perhaps they wish to be, or they once were. The likeliest answer is simply that theological imagery cannot help us define alien entities. But still, the pyramids seem significant, shapes have power, and clearly so does the board. Hippie, really glad the characters in Lineage were all same looking and sounding as the game, apart from Ezio maybe. The CGI was lovely too. The location looked a little staged, but it was the best replication from the game. Yeah, and it's very reminiscent of those History Channel documentaries where they give you a scene reenacting something from the past as well. I think it actually had some of the people who do those working on it from memory. But yeah, the actor who plays Giovanni, he also is the face model for Giovanni in the game. The actress who plays Maria, though, the person who voices her in the game is actually different to the actress who is actually her likeness, but they transferred her likeness to the character model. And then you have Ezio, obviously, who the actor who plays him in the live-action movie doesn't look anything like Ezio in the game does, of course. Federico, the actual face model and live-action actor for Federico in that Lineage movie, he doesn't do the voice for Federico in the game, but his likeness is there. And the voice of Federico in the game is actually Elias Tufexis. And then you have, like, the actor who plays Rodrigo Borgia in live action is not only the voice of Rodrigo Borgia in Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, but also his likeness is on the character as well. And the actor who plays Leonardo da Vinci, Lorenzo Medici, the actor who plays him, Alex Ivanovich, not only is he the actor who plays him in live action, but he also provides the voice of Lorenzo in Assassin's Creed 2 and is actually his face as well. Who else? There's also, what's his name? He's one of the targets that you have to kill. He's a priest. I can't remember his friggin' name. Damn, his character's name is not coming to me. But the actor in live action who plays him is Sean Bai-Cho, and he also voices the character in Assassin's Creed 2, and his likeness is in it as well. So it's quite cool that a lot of the actors who were in the live action Lineage short movie not only provide their likeness for the character in the games, but also voices them, with a few exceptions. So whenever you hear that voice, you try not to shed a tear for nostalgia purposes. Yeah, that's definitely understandable. So many great emotional moments across the whole series, actually.
Is this a Bureau ID badge? It looks so old. Pope will definitely want to see this.
Pope's collection. Shit, I hate those enemies.
Weird place to leave an ID card, but okay.
The Ezio Auditore, how brave to stand alone against me, but also quite foolish. Assassin, papal gods! Consider this an invitation from my family to yours. Meteor Hill summary. Meteor Hill. Altered World Event 3. Note, per archival mandates 8.A, this document has been edited to meet current administrative standards. Certain terminology may be out of date. This paradimensional occurrence consisted of 3 sequential sinkholes induced by subterranean implosions revealing foreign material of magmatic qualities. A local chapter of the Youth Science League were participating in an archaeological dig on the hill when the event occurred. Many boys were injured in the resulting collapse. Some touched the magma directly. Bureau agents arrived at the scene 7 days after the incident. Samples of the lava-like material were taken. The area was quickly sealed off from the public at our recommendation. Our aim was to ensure all remnants of the material were rendered inoffensive, but the magma descended too deeply into the earth to retrieve. Foul-smelling odors were detected in the area, which were hypothesized being the dissipated elements vapor trail left at the scene. All acquired material was delivered to Washington for examination in the Bureau's on-site laboratories. Says, and I'll gently rise and I'll softly call. The ring you're standing in is my yard. Yeah. Yeah, lyrics I assume.
Another ID card. For a cartographer.
Road to WrestleMania 33, The Undertaker versus Roman Reigns.
It's working. Won't go any higher. I wonder if I can charge it up somehow.
28 days now spent inside what we're calling the oldest house. Northmore insists on the name. I'm too tired to ask why. I'm not sleeping well. Per orders, me and my research team have established a permanent examination lab in the Foundation. I basically live down here now, like the obedient head of research Father raised me to be. I spend my days investigating that odd pillar where Northmore found the handgun. The work was half-hearted at first, I admit. But then I discovered numerous non-Aristotelian energy channels converging at its base. Ley lines, dragon roads, Hyligalinian, call them what you want. But this pillar is the crossroads. I started building something. Equal parts talisman and technology. An array that can impose order on the ley junctions. That's the idea, at least. We'll see when I'm done. I prefer to work away from the pillar. I'm not the only one who feels like that thing has eyes.
Easy, with all due respect, this is my yard now. You stay the hell away from me here. Yeah. Dude, could we sort of like be a bit easy on the caps as well? Like, I don't mind sometimes something being put in all caps for a dramatic effect, but if there's multiple things done like that, putting like an exclamation mark at the end is definitely also a good way to make emphasis on something. Hey there, Walker Man. It's going really, really good, thanks, dude. We're doing this Foundation DLC at the moment. It's my second time doing this DLC as well. I did it in my first playthrough. And yeah, things are going great. I hope things are going well on your end. And I had a little bit of a look at Fallen Atlas. But I'm not sure if it's a game that I'd sort of like jump straight into, but you never know, because there's some games that I still want to actually get to as well. They haven't even mentioned what they are, but definitely haven't played any of their stuff before, that's for sure. ZZ, sorry, blood on my name, you understand. Don't forget, Roger, lost everything. Yeah, and that's understandable too, you know. It's just that overuse of all caps, you know, can get a bit visually sort of like, I guess it's almost like if you were to shout at someone every time you said something. It's that similar effect, except in text form. But as I said, I don't mind it every now and again for dramatic effect. Like if you were commenting on something that happened and you're like, oh my god, and you put it in like capital letters. But it's only when it's like constant and one wall of text, well not wall of text, but one bit of text, one after the other in all caps for you know, so many comments in a row. That's okay, ZZ. That's no worries at all. Welcome, man. You're a big fan of medieval fantasy games and you're super stoked for Fallen Atlas. Yeah, hopefully it lives up to your expectations. Because sometimes you never know. I mean, I've been lucky that games that I thought would be good, I've actually enjoyed. Good thing I came back to this spot here. We've missed all that stuff. Let's actually speak to Emily Pope about these ID tags that Jesse's found. You know, not everyone is a fan of that genre. Yeah. I think it also depends on the game sometimes too, as in like the story and stuff. Because things like Witcher 3, you know, I guess you could say that in some ways that's medieval fantasy. I really enjoyed that. Azizi, don't think you're going to stop linking awesome clips though, you'll have to ban me. Yeah, as long as it's not like a clip every, you know, 5 seconds. Because as much as I know the actual links you're putting in aren't, you know, malicious, posting a link every 5 seconds becomes spam-like, which, you know, interrupts the experience for other people too. Or maybe makes some people think there's no point trying to get a comment in as well.
Don't be a stranger.
Because otherwise slowdown mode will just have to be part of the channel from here on out. Which I don't always like to do that kind of stuff, but sometimes you gotta do what's good for the best of the general audience of the channel. Witcher 3, you say? This is relevant. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, Lullaby of Woe. Miracle of Sound have also done some great songs that they've made for Witcher 3. Welcome in. Witcher 4 is confirmed and Project Red is confirmed a new Witcher trilogy, and that Witcher 4 will be using the brand new Unreal 5 engine instead of their homebrewed Red engine, which they have used since Witcher 2 up to Cyberpunk. Yeah, I remember when they confirmed that Witcher 4 is actually happening. It's interesting that they're starting off a new trilogy, and I wonder if they're going to go by the ending where Ciri actually the game's crashed. Wonderful. So yeah, I wonder what ending of Witcher 3, Witcher 4 will actually follow on from. And I'm assuming, and I remember them saying, that obviously we won't be playing as Geralt. So it'll be interesting to see how they progress with things. I mean, I think it would be awesome actually to have had a game where we play as Ciri for the whole game. And she continues her journey as a Witcher. ZZ, and one soul lies anxious, wide awake. Welcome, man. You gets up to telling fans that they were completely done with the Witcher series. They've decided after the Cyberpunk launch debacle to give us fans what we want now. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, it's something that companies do a lot. When they massively fail with something, they then fall back on something that potentially could win back their fan base as well. Hippie, nearing the semester end, classes don't have much going on, so you're just watching streams. That's pretty cool, actually, that you're able to do that, Hippie. That'd be a great way to be able to pass the time as well.
Jesse, you're back. So did you find anything noteworthy? The original Bureau expedition down here left so much interesting stuff behind.
Like their ID cards. I picked up a weird one. It's pretty old.
Oh wow, look at that. Yeah, I found a few ID cards myself. Or, more accurately, the Rangers found them for me.
Are you starting a collection?
I'm going for the whole set. I kid, of course. But I suppose they are sort of like baseball cards, except for Bureau stuff from the 60s. Hey, the one you found is different than mine. It looks like it's a higher clearance level.
A rare one, then. Want to keep it, Emily?
Yeah, I absolutely do. But I think you should hang on to it for now. High clearance access might come in handy.
Sounds like you have something in mind.
Guilty. See, I've been going through Dr. Ash's notes, or the ones I can find, anyway. Like Darling, he seemed to enjoy hiding his most relevant research. From what I gather, there is another floor beneath the warehouse with a special lab that requires 5 high-level staff members just to access. Here, take this. It's an old skeleton key. Something else the Rangers found. I give them $5 for every useful trinket they bring me.
I'm gonna assume this key is my ticket to that lower floor. And that super secret lab you mentioned.
Bingo bango, as Dr. Darling used to say. Look, keep your eyes peeled for more ID cards around the warehouse. If Ash's notes are reliable, and I'm sure they are, then 5 is the magic number.
5 by 5. ZZ, yowie wowie. Welcome, and glad they're using a new engine as well, so it sounds like they are at least attempted to do right with their games, because Witcher 3 kind of set the standard for the modern RPG. Yeah, I mean, it is such a great game, and I'm glad that they're remaking Witcher 1 as well, because that means that we can get the high quality of Witcher 3, you know, potentially, hopefully, you know, hopefully they don't rush it, you know. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. Banger. A banger of a song. Hippie, you're glad Twitch on mobile lets you use audio only mode? Good for saving data. That is cool, actually. And the 2, it's also good if you wanted to, you know, do something else at the same time that you need to visually keep an eye on, but you've just got the audio going, so you can still enjoy a stream.
Crystals, cave paintings, rust-filled sand. This place is a research gold mine.
So let me get this straight. The astral plane is bleeding into the Foundation.
Correct.
And that's happening because the nail is damaged.
I'd say it's a bit more than damaged, but yes, that is my understanding.
So what's the connection between the nail and the astral plane?
It's a good question. See, I always pictured objects of power as strings between our plane and the astral. If the nail has a similar relationship, then maybe it's more accurate to think of it like plumbing. Now that the nail is busted, sewage is gushing everywhere.
Not the prettiest metaphor.
How did the Hiss get into the Foundation?
Same way we did, I imagine. But you need to remember that the Hiss are the embodiment of persistence. Their nature seems to be one of force, to find every possible vulnerability and exploit it. Their only goal is consumption.
I'm sure there's plenty of goodies for them down here. The Nail, for instance.
If the Hiss could corrupt the Nail, I'm sure they would have by now. It must not interest them in its broken state. They could be distracted by the numerous unknown paranatural materials I'm sure are lying around. These are the roots of the oldest house. The Hiss will find plenty of ways to make trouble.
They're pretty good at that.
I forgot. We've already played this
I should
dialogue.
get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
Hippie, yeah, like a live podcast, except you can type in the input for podcast conversation. That's very handy and something that's, you know, come on game, what's going on? It's crashed again. Harbinger, so how are the DLC so far? The free version you own doesn't include them? Well, I've actually played both DLC before, and I really enjoyed both of them. And being my second playthrough of the main game and this DLC as well, there's some things that are becoming a bit more clearer to me in regards to things that you find out about in this DLC. But yeah, it's going great, Harbinger. Definitely recommend checking out the DLC. Like if you end up enjoying the main game, if you decide to either get the Ultimate Edition or if you just get the DLC, it's definitely worth it. Zizzy, so Rod, when are you and me doing Unity co-op? Well, I actually don't do co-op with anyone, ZZ, or multiplayer or anything like that.
Days.
Oh yeah, I've already listened to that. War Command before Cyberpunk Project Red's games were pretty much flawless as far as bugs. It's one of the reasons you love the Witcher game so much, and it was super disappointing at just how bad Cyberpunk was at launch. Yeah, because I actually didn't become aware of Cyberpunk until probably a year before it came out, because I was out of the loop, because I, wasn't following Project Red stuff at that point. Still to this day, Cyberpunk has the biggest update patch ever in gaming history, with one of the patches being 43 gigabytes. Bloody damn hell. Holy friggin' shit. That's a lot. Hippie, what's your life advice for someone half your age? Do you recommend finding love or building a career, considering you find it hard to do both simultaneously? Well, that's kind of tough, to be honest, because one thing I've learned about life is that no matter what you plan, because there's only so much that you yourself can control, sometimes other external things out of your control will interrupt those plans as well. And I mean, sometimes those interruptions lead to good things. So, you might be focusing on a career and you might miss out on one job, but there might be another job that you get because you meet someone who is like, hey, I've got this job that I think you'd be good at. And then that job ends up being better than the one that you had planned all your hopes on. You know what I mean? But then there's the fact of what is more important, and that can change as time goes on. You know what I mean? Like for 10 years, you could be like, yep, this is what I want to do. This is where I'm going to go. And then you might be like, actually, I don't want to go that way anymore. I want to actually do a complete 180 and actually go and do something else as well. But I think the best thing to do is just go for what you strongly feel about most and what you feel is the more important as well, you know. And if you're feeling like there's no point in rushing stuff, then definitely don't rush stuff. But if there's some things that you'd like to achieve that you really, really want to achieve in, like, let's just say a number, like 5 years' time, then definitely do whatever you need to do to be able to achieve that goal, you know, and have that focus and stuff like that. ZZ, well, that is boring. Yeah, I'm sorry, ZZ, but it's something that I just don't have time. You know what I mean? Like, plus I prefer single player stuff anyway, and streaming every day, every week, every month for a whole year, you know, because I'm dedicated to being a streamer that streams every day. It is a bit hard to sort of like sometimes do things that would be outside of stream hours even, you know what I mean? Because there's other stuff outside of stream hours I need to do. Hippie, yeah, plan never goes the way it is in your mind. You do somewhat believe in destiny. And that's the thing, you know, that's true. You know, things definitely don't always go the exact same way, for sure. Welcome, man. Also, you've read that everyone that has playtested Starfield say the game is absolutely amazing. And even bigger than Bethesda is saying it is, also saying the game has exceeded their expectations. Well, hopefully so, because that, from what I saw, it does have a lot of potential to be that. And I like the idea of being able to create your own ship and then explore not only one solar system, but have many solar systems, each with multiple planets inside of them. I think it's a good idea to do that. In a way, it's something that I wish they did with Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. They do to some small extent, but overall, there's not heaps and heaps of planets that you can go to. I'm hoping in the sequel, though, they sort of do something about that in Star Wars Jedi Survivor. But yeah, I do like the idea of having all these planets to potentially visit. Some are obviously just for materials, so hopefully it's not a case where, you know, 95% of the extra planets are just for materials and the other 5% are story related. Hopefully they've done a good balance of planets that you have to go to for the story, planets that you can go to just to get the minerals, but also planets that have side quests and all that type of stuff as well. Zizzy, it's fine, Rod, don't worry about it. So you find it hard to do simultaneously. That's understandable. That's no worries, Zizzy. Walker, man, you're hoping that maybe Bethesda is back now and we'll lose their Bugster nickname. Oh, really? So that's the nickname that they've been given? Bugster? Let's have a look at this stuff just for a moment. Actually, no. Missions, that's what I want. Hope's Collection. Track. Hippie, you reckon at this point they've built an AI to find and resolve game bugs? That would be very good. That would definitely be very good. Instead of letting your fan base, who are modders, actually do all the work, that would definitely be a better way to go about it, I think. If they're not willing to, you know, literally have someone comb through it all.
Another one of those ID cards. Security chief.
Cool, I just need one more of those to do this side mission. Oh, have they? Hippie, really? They've heavily invested in AI recently. Power cores. On the invention of the power core. After numerous attempts, I finally found a way to intercept and contain the ambient energy of the ley lines in a kind of non-Aristotelian battery I've dubbed the power core. I admit it was difficult capturing an energy I can barely measure, much less interact with. Luckily, it seems that the porous stone of the Foundation's caverns possesses such conductive qualities. Using stone flakes and copper wire, my power cores collect significant power. My early prototypes collected too much, in fact, but I've since reinforced the container. We don't yet know the repercussions of tapping into this power field. As a precaution, these devices should not be taken outside of the house. Ideally, the Bureau should no longer need to rely on typical energy sources. It's my greatest feat of engineering yet. I've always had an interest in invention. I like the creativity that it allowed, set within the firm boundaries of logic and physics. Father never approved, calling it a mundane science. With that in mind, I dedicate this invention to Theodore Ashe Sr. May he scowl in peace. I like the creativity that it allowed, set within the firm boundaries of logic and physics. I like that sentence. It kind of makes me think about when you're doing something creative like writing or painting or whatever it might be, that even though creativity should be free, as in not have heaps of restrictions put on it, when you're being creative, there are still some boundaries, that help with the creativity process. It's like when someone's trying to figure out how to do something, and the solution may actually be something that they never thought of originally, but they thought of it because there were restrictions on them, and then they're like, hang on, even though I can't do this, what if I do this instead, So sometimes having boundaries of certain things in creative pursuits is good because it makes you think outside the box as well.
Entry day plus 51. Northmore has ordered an all-hands search for objects similar to the service weapon. He claims there are more in the house, though I don't see how he's so certain. He's been strange lately, talking about joining greater causes, and frequently mentioning a pyramid. After pressing him, he finally described this pyramid to me. Inverted, black, mathematically perfect. Oddly enough, Adam and the other id have shown me numerous inverted triangles painted on the cave walls. Surely there's a connection, but I don't see it yet. As far as occult symbols go, triangles are by no means rare. Flood, Levi, Kroll, they used that shape like it was going out of fashion. Standing on their base, triangles signify stability and strength. Inverted on their points, they represent conflict and stagnation. Of course, the orientation is just a matter of perspective. Looking at the pyramid from below gives you one. From above, another. Northmore says he looks up at the inverted pyramid. I have to wonder, is anyone standing over it, looking down?
If you're considering you stream a bit past midnight, you actually get to sleep for 8 hours, which is considered optimum healthy amount of sleep. The thing about that is, in the past, a long time ago, I actually worked shift work at night, and I found that whenever I would finish, I'd still be full of energy, even though it would be like, 2, 3 in the morning when I might finish sometimes. And depending on when I would have to work again, I may have actually gotten 8 hours sleep, but sometimes I might have only gotten 6 hours sleep. But nowadays, whenever I go to sleep, to actually function, I only need 6 hours of sleep. But give or take, some days I do get to do 7 hours, and sometimes I need more than 6 hours. But going in the other direction, when I get less than 6 hours of sleep, that's when I start to really feel it. But I go through stages, like, let's say I only got like 3 hours sleep, for example. Like, once I finally, like, when it gets to a certain point in the day, I'll start to get, sort of like sleepy, but if I persevere for like, a little bit of time, then I'll actually be able to stay awake. But I definitely wouldn't recommend doing it as a standard thing, though. Doing that kind of stuff, but yeah, I tend to just get about 6 hours sleep generally. Shaman's Harvest. Never heard of them before. Full of energy, just like Annie. The Energizer Bunny. Hey, Mr. Robot Dude, thank you so much for redeeming the Red Dead Redemption 2 random quote. Such an awesome game. This is so many awesome ones. I'm just trying to pick a one that's not like just a one sentence thing as well. Okay, here we go. Morgan, you got throwing knives in your saddlebag? Dutch said you might. I was asked to give them, and I'm doing you the further courtesy of telling you about it. Next time you want to give me something, how about you give it to me, instead of hiding it somewhere, hoping the opportunity comes up to mention it. Last goddamn favor I do you. Okay, that's my terrible impression of Bill Williamson. But that's Bill Williamson and Arthur. Zizi, we all get sleepy. You're English. That's true, we all do get sleepy sometimes. Ah, damn. Gonna have to do all that again. Thought there might have been something around that. Zizi, as you said, John, when the time is right. Thank you, Arthur. Yeah, there's so many great quotes in that game. There's so much dialogue as well, like, you know, thousands of lines of dialogue by thousands of people. Well, maybe not, I don't know if it's thousands of people that did it, but still.
Who should I be listening to? Weird Entity A or B? Or neither? Let's just stay the course for now. The Bureau's in danger. We know we need to repair the nail. The astral plane won't break reality on my watch.
Zizzy, apart from The Undertaker, the greatest of all time. Biblical Triple H from 2005. Ah, collectible thing.
Entry.
Oh yeah, we've already listened to that. I just didn't go into the menu to take it out of that. Nice. So we got that. Alright, so I've already got a health recovery per element pickup of plus 40, which is level 5. But this one is plus 60, so we'll replace that. Even though they're the same level as in like level 5, it actually has better stats at level 5. It's all about the game. Motorhead. Never really listened to much of their stuff. Foundation etchings on the 4 etchings. My explorations of the Foundation have resulted in yet another mystery, a fascinating series of etchings on large stone tablets. The tablets themselves are likely not native to the Foundation, seeing as they're slabs of sedimentary stone, quite different from the cave's categorization-defying rock. Their placement and form are also too intentional to be naturally occurring, but who braved this place to carry them in, and for what purpose? I discovered a 5-point macro entanglement between the tablets, with the pillar at its center. These links seem to extend beyond our level of consciousness, to some astral realm I can't detect. Is Northmore's board somehow tied to all this? The etchings on these tablets are similarly curious. They differ from the cave paintings in style and technique, so are clearly not of the same origin. Are they the visual narration of some event, or do they indicate intent, a wish, a plan? They only seem to consist of a tree and the pillar, but the sizes of either are inconsistent. What does that signify? I'm missing key pieces of this puzzle, and it's unlikely I'll ever find them.
There's the etching.
I think this is it.
This ID card was for an excavation engineer. Why did so many people abandon their cards down here?
Just want to see now what Emily will say. If she has any new dialogue, that is. Might not be until we actually finish off the rest of the side quest that she'll actually have something different.
Crystals, cave paintings, rust-filled sand. This place is a research gold mine.
Nope,
I should
nothing
get
new
back
yet.
out there. Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
Hey there, Rosie. Welcome. Oh, hell yeah, pro haircut. That's right, yeah.
Don't be a stranger.
I like how with the outfits, it doesn't just change, obviously, what clothing Jessie's wearing. I do like that some of them actually change how she has her hair as well. And it's quite a cool outfit as well. I haven't actually thought of that artist for a while, Dido. Use the ID cards to gain access to the elevator. Oh, hang on. The elevator was it's a different elevator. Whoops. Actually, hang on. Here we go.
From the layer of dust on this place, nobody's swept here in years. Not even Ahti. No way he'd stand for this. There's an elevator, which I'm sure is super safe, in a space in each terminal for an ID card. Which card goes where?
Ash, request denied. Dr. Ash, as Chief Excavation Officer, it's my job to support the research team, so I got you your machine for that ridiculous sand research project. However, it's also my responsibility to ensure the safety of my crew. Do you know how many trips it took to get an entire bulldozer down here piece by piece? And do you know how many of my guys we lost in those trips? Here's a hint. Too fucking many. Which brings me to my point. I'm writing to you today because of this request form that just landed on my desk. Apparently, you want a lightweight 1 or 2 man military grade helicopter for the purpose of surveying the vast expanse of columns by air. I bet you didn't even stop to wonder how much time, money, effort, and blood this toy would cost us. Well, no, sir, I am sorry, but I will not subject my men to another month of marching through that death trap upstairs, for Christ's sake. These people have families, not that they ever get to see them anymore. Request denied. Lewis McNary. Subject, out of your damn mind. Whereas the dance moves in that suit makes you think of weapon of choice. She could even do the flying moves, come to think of it. Now that is actually a really cool song, and the music video as well with Christopher Walken flying all over the place. I haven't thought about that for a long time either. Harbinger, no redacted parts, uninstall, breaks the immersion. Yeah, Harbinger, even in the main game, there's some documents that don't have any redacted parts.
One of the cards was for an excavation engineer. I wonder which console was theirs. This person obviously liked guns. That's a lot of maps. A physicist would probably have instruments or something. For physics.
Alright, I mustn't have all the cards for some reason. We were collecting ID cards, not... And we collected 5, so what happened to the other 3 that I had? Need to check this because we collected 5 ID cards and we only have 2. We can't get to this point until we actually have 5. So how can I need to get 5, collect the 5, and then now we're missing 3 out of the 5? Ah, so it looks like there is a bug for Pope's collection. Of course there would be. Alright, so there is a glitch with this. Alright. So someone said restarting and then having to collect them again, but someone else said that they just went to a control point in the warehouse. Fast traveled somewhere else and then went back there. hopefully that works. Here we go. Good, that fixed the bug. Alright, now we have all the cards. Now this is going to make the process actually work. So this was the cartographer because of the maps on the desk. We got excavation engineer, head of research, security chief. I think that's that. That looks like a gun. Yep, they're guns. So that's the security chief. This one is probably the lead physicist. Physics. Because that thing's there, whatever you call those metal balls that hit each other all the time.
It worked. Now I just have to get on a rickety elevator that goes who knows how far down.
Alright, so if anyone else who might be watching this now or in the VOD later or on YouTube later has this glitch happen where you collect all 5 cards and then you get to this spot and you only have 2, go to a quit to menu and then go continue game and then come back to this spot. Now it fixed it for me, so maybe it was just a fluke, but at least give it a shot. Hopefully it does work for other people too. Paul Mounsey North without guitar solo. Never actually heard of that artist.
Still, this lab's way tinier than any of Darling's. Why would they need such a heavy door down here?
Oh, was he dizzy? He was very Scottish. Cool. I had a friend who his father once asked, and I was only a kid at this point, probably about 10 years old, and or maybe I was 12. I can't remember, but they were having haggis, and at that point I didn't even know what haggis was, and my friend was like, yeah, I don't think you want to eat that. So I was like, because I trusted my friend, of course, I was like, no. And so I didn't actually try haggis. Haggis sucks, does it? Well, maybe I didn't miss out on anything then. Oh, you do, Rosie. So you like it, yep. And that's the thing too, I guess too, sometimes the way something sounds when you describe it, when you're describing food, doesn't necessarily always mean that the actual taste will be bad. But yeah, Zizi, I remember that it was... the funny thing was, I did find out about what was actually inside it too, as well, and I was just like, yeah, I don't know. Not sure.
This looks like the nail, only mini.
Well, this must be the nail on the small finger, then, Jesse. Zizi, you gave it your best. It's rancid. Rancid haggis. Correspondence, Northmore, final warning. To Dr. Theodore Ashe, Jr., as Director of the Federal Bureau of Control and chosen representative, liaison, benefactor of the greater authority of the Board, I demand your immediate withdrawal from the Foundation. Prior memos issued broadly to Foundation staff called for swift reassignment of all personnel to the upper levels of the House. All staff complied except you. This demonstrates a lack of respect for my office and the Board itself. This is their house and we are their guests. We should conduct ourselves accordingly. Normally, such insubordination would be grounds for dismissal, but, out of respect for your late father, consider this instead my final warning. The Board and Director Ashe chose me as successor to the office, and no amount of petulance will change that. Indeed, your actions seem to suggest you know better than myself, and by extension, better than the Board. Permit me to assure you that this is not possible. Sincerely, Dr. Broderick Northmore. Hey, Jeremy. Sorry if you're late, but what did turning that pipe valve do? That's actually a very good question. I don't even know what it actually did, because Jesse didn't say anything after using it, and the game didn't, you know, make a sound happen or anything, so I was just like, huh. So I don't even know what that was. Maybe if I hadn't have done that, maybe the game would have wanted me to go over and do it anyway. Maybe it was related to the last part of this part.
A document? Is this in some kind of code? I can't read a word of it. I should take this back to Emily and tell her I got into Ash's secret lab.
Blinded by the light. I don't know how I made Jesse do that boost move there. Got some extra boost from something on the ground. Crossroads, that's what I want.
I found Ash's secret lab.
Excellent. Please tell me everything. Spare no details.
Well, there was another cave. The walls were covered in paintings of eyeballs. The research seemed dedicated to studying a kinda smaller version of the nail. It looked like the same material as the one up here, but just a different shape.
Well, are you sure you didn't see any functioning prototypes? Or at least some schematics? I mean, Dr. Ashe was a very accomplished engineer.
None. Sorry. I did find this handwritten note.
Wow. Ashe had terrible handwriting. Never meet your heroes, right? So it looks like a transcribed conversation between Ashe and someone named F. Ooh. Oh, this is juicy. This'll take me days to parse out. Maybe weeks.
Have you ever thought about taking a vacation, Emily?
Are you kidding? This is my vacation, Jesse. Crystals, cave paintings, rust-filled sand. This place is a research gold mine.
I should get back out there.
Agreed. The astral bleed won't stop itself.
Her mouth looks weird when she is talking. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I mean, Courtney Hope is not only the actress who voices Jessie, she actually does, it's her likeness, and also I think she did performance capture for it as well. Maybe something slightly was off with the translation of her facial movements with the performance capture or something. Now to continue with the main missions in the Foundation. We just finished off one of the side missions. Need to go to the warehouse again. Rosie, wow, really? That must have been frustrating. Oh, you mean like the performance capture part of stuff? You're not blaming the actor. The animation just looks weird. It seems that one side of the mouth is always open. Yeah, it could just be something in that regard. But yeah, not actually sure. Whereas performed the entire thing only to learn that basically the camera wasn't working the whole time. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it's just like when, you know, they're filming something but they forget to actually, you know, take the lens cap off or something. You know, or for some reason they don't realize that the shot's out of focus. Like in Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, that whole scene when the hobbits are saying goodbye to Gandalf and Bilbo and Frodo, that whole scene, they actually spent the whole day doing that scene. It was very emotional for all the people involved. And then they found out that something was wrong. I can't remember what it was. I think it was all out of focus or something. So they had to redo the whole thing again.
sure changed their tune all of a sudden. I'm overthinking this whole board former thing. They can sort out their own business so long as it doesn't get in my way. Obsessing over these problems is something Trench would do. But I've got my intuition. And you.
Hey, try not to launch me, Director. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Oh, hello, Director.
The nail is almost repaired. You really do have a knack for this kind of work.
Any progress with the nail?
Of course. I've been busy with surface analysis. Its composition is remarkably similar to that of material found in the astral plane, but it alters itself between my observations. It's almost as if it doesn't like being examined.
So the nail is from the astral plane?
Not necessarily. See, if we assume that, we're suddenly facing a lot of new questions. How did something so large get out of the astral plane? How did it get inside the oldest house? Did a threshold bring it in? Did people? Maybe through the motel.
Maybe it was always here.
Doubtful.
Have you spent any time looking into the crystals growing around here?
As if I could resist. The biggest question is where it comes from. A threshold? Or is it native to the Foundation? But if so, why doesn't it grow in the rest of the oldest house? The fact that they returned to an earlier state when damaged is severely inconsistent with our reality's adherence to linear time. So either they're A, partially conscious, or B, organic elements that are foreign to and yet influenced by our dimension. The jury's still out. Have you learned anything about the crystals?
I have a power that lets me stretch them.
Huh.
Yep. Any idea what Marshall would be doing down here?
That information is on a need-to-know basis, Faden. Sorry, I couldn't resist. But honestly, I never had much interaction with Marshall. She only came to me when she was looking for Darling. But this is Helen Marshall we're talking about, the woman who single-handedly dealt with the Bergen Peak AWE. If she's down here, it's because she needs to be.
Well, clearly she couldn't handle this one on her own.
I'll see you later, Emily.
Good luck. Take notes.
Hippie, when someone's name is Rob, your brain thinks, oh, Robin, and when someone's name is Rod, your name thinks Rodney. You wonder if it's ever Rodden or Robney. Well, that's the thing too, especially with traditional ways of spelling names, you know, which obviously, even as time's gone on, decades ago, people were changing the way certain names were spelled, but even more so today, you know, so someone who spells or names their child, you know, Rodney, might decide to, you know, change how it's spelled. Like they might want to change it to RODNY, you know what I mean? Instead of putting an E between N and Y, you know. So it is funny though, what our brain does. And speaking of that too, like, I remember when they take words and they just basically replace the first and last words with something different, like a different letter, but our brain still knows what the word is.
This area looks newer. Is it from the upper floors?
Like, I might be able to do an example. I think it's harder for short words, but if I was to do something like... No, hang on, what is it? I actually got it wrong. Fuck, I can't even remember now what it actually is. I think they replace... Do they replace... Or maybe they swap the first and last letters of each word, and our brain still knows what the word was. I don't think so. What's a word I could put? No, I've lost it. I can't remember. Scratch what I just said, because I can't remember how it actually is. I don't even know what to put into a search engine to find an example of it. So what's this video, ZZ? Take That by Patience. Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember hearing about that band. Drake, he'll play AC Rogue in an alternate multiverse. It's Rod. I don't know. Maybe all of my variants don't like playing Assassin's Creed Rogue more than once. You never know, Drake. How's it going, dude? Welcome. I hope things are going good. That's my name, ZZ. Drake, you're doing alright, man. Studying physics at the moment. Oh, that's great to hear, Drake. I'm glad that you're doing well. And that you're studying physics at the moment. I hope the study is going well, and that you're also enjoying it also. ZZ, Rod, you lost everything. Yeah. Definitely makes life difficult. Drake, Control pretty much kept every law in physics, but not Fallout. Fallout decided not to. Fallout not only destroyed the laws of physics and logic, I guess there's a lot of fallout from it related to multiple things.
There's something behind that history.
Oh, fucking hell, whoops. Might be able to get back here. There we go. Ziz, you're still hurting from a love that you lost. You don't wish this upon anyone. That's true. It's definitely not something you want to wish upon everyone. Drake has 5 pieces of pencil, uses it to make an 8-step ladder. How very MacGyver of you, Drake. That's something MacGyver would be able to do. If you had a piece of gum and a rock, MacGyver would be able to make a helicopter out of it. Actually, he wouldn't be able to do that, but in the same way that those Chuck Norris jokes make Chuck Norris out to be some demigod or god, you know what I mean? It would have been cool if there was like a big push for MacGyver memes about how he could create really intricate things with something that is very, you know, basic, yet be so exaggerated that he literally in the show couldn't be able to do it, but it's so exaggerated, you know, like MacGyver once built a nuclear weapon out of a hairpin or something, you know, something like that. Or MacGyver once created a planet with a handkerchief. Drake Fallout in a nutshell. Shift account, part 1. To whoever finds this, I am Containment Processes Designer Jeanne Gibbs, and I'm writing this to Jean Gibbs, and I am, or is it Jeanne? Jean Gibbs, and I'm writing this to document the I am Containment Processes Designer Jeanne Gibbs, and I'm writing this to document the largest building shift to ever occur. Here are the facts. A considerably large section of the containment sector, including the processes and protocols offices, our research facilities, and a fair chunk of the fire break, has been yanked down to a chasm that reaches far below lobby level, I think. It was a violent shift, and I regret to report several casualties. Injuries were sustained by all, but many of us, myself included, are still mobile. We've set up a base camp and started triaging. There are little supplies. We explored our surroundings and found caverns of all things. Maybe we're in some kind of cave threshold, like the quarry. Wherever we are, we're not the first. There were some rusty power cores, old lights, signs, infrastructure. What was this area used for? Why did they seal it off? Why have we never heard of it? More importantly, how are we going to get out? Says the existence, Existence, well, what does it matter? You exist on the best terms you can. The past is part of your future, the present is well offhand, one will burn. So you quoting lyrics, ZZ, or... Drake, this is the first letter you read without a redacted word in it. Yeah, Drake, there's actually even a few of those in the main game that you come across, which is quite weird considering how many documents do have redacted parts to it. Kiev summary. Altered World Event 37. A series of reverberating sounds observed in downtown Kiev with no clear point of origin. The event was witnessed by the city's general public. Mental and physical symptoms were reported, including aphasia, sleep paralysis, and excess redacted in the reported individuals. Yeah, I hate when there's excess redacted. Due to the brief nature of the event, Overseas Bureau agents were not able to respond while it was active. Immediately upon arrival, agents collected audio recordings taken by local witnesses. All Bureau monitoring stations located at global junctions of acoustic amplification were directed to monitor any auditory events of similar pitch, wavelength, and duration in an effort to trace echoes or epicenters. In the following weeks, similar cases were reported from both various amateur sources and Bureau stations in major cities across the globe. The subsequent events diminished in volume and frequency per each occurrence. Event is believed to be generated by planar friction, though this is not confirmed. See file 71849062 for full hypothesis. ZZ, you're quoting, but sad and relevant to your cause. I see, ZZ, yeah. Yeah, it definitely sounds like you're going through some emotional turmoil. Hopefully there's some kind of, help that you're able to actually find as well. Like, I don't know if you have a therapist that you can talk to or something like that. Draco, you noticed that Jessie fixed her hair. That's right, Drake. The outfit that Jessie's wearing at the moment is the official director's outfit for the Federal Bureau of Control. And I like that they also not only change what clothes she's wearing, but they actually make her have a different hairstyle. And so for the director's official outfit, they decided to have her with this hairstyle and the triangular, I guess it's a hair accessory, or maybe it's a hairpin, I'm not sure the specific term. Drake, you don't need a therapist, you have you. Well, while I appreciate the kind words, Zizzy, I definitely wouldn't completely rely on me for therapeutic things. As much as I appreciate that you find that helps, you know what I mean? Because definitely don't put off actually getting some professional, help if you really need to, you know what I mean? Because I'm definitely not someone that, if you want to get professional, help from, to rely on, because, I'm just a streamer. Just an Australian guy sitting on his butt playing a video game right now, talking to people. I'm not really like someone special or anything, but by the same token, it is good to have, ways to get some sort of solace as well. So I do appreciate that you find that with me as a streamer and that too, ZZ, also. Drake, no, you have us. Rod, you are too modest. You are not just a streamer, you are family. Well, thank you so much, Drake, for the kind words as well. It's good that I can be of some help in some small way, even if I don't, really feel like that's something that I'm actually doing. So it's nice to know that that's something that's happening. ZZ, you don't believe you can help me, you're just a streamer. This is why you aren't as relevant as XQC. Be more confident. Well, the thing about being a streamer that I find is I'm not in it for fame. It's just something that I enjoy doing, and if I never reach the level of someone like him, then that's completely fine.
Someone call a plumber.
Mario.
Around to hear that.
I like that, Jesse. That was funny. Right, is that actually where I need to go? Or is that where I need to go? Yep, so that's where I need to go. So let's go back this way and explore. See, it's exactly Drake, family. The only reason you have ever watched your ass is because you believe firsthand you can get big. Well, it's nice to, have that kind of, hope for me as a streamer. But yeah, I just can't see myself getting to that level because it means that I would have to change myself as a person, and I'm not willing to do that. Plus also change how I am as a streamer. And the last thing I want to do is come across as someone who's not genuine as well. Computer program. Dear House of Representatives, my husband Francis read an article before he died about how the universe was really just a computer program. He believed it. I thought it sounded silly, but now I think he was right. Francis was hit by a car a few months ago, a drunk driver. I don't think it was supposed to happen. I actually thought Francis was shot by Nico Bellic. But anyway, I digress. My neighbour's son Jeremy broke one of our windows with a football a week before Francis died. Francis yelled at Jeremy for it. He was a bit harsh. This is important because I see Jeremy on his computer through their living room window. He's on it all the time. His mother says he is a computer whiz. I think Jeremy is operating the computer program and he changed the universe so that driver would hit Francis. He did it to get back at Francis for yelling at him. Is there a way to change the computer and make Francis come back? I have some money if it's expensive. I don't know how these things work. I don't care if Jeremy gets in trouble or not. I just want Francis to come home. Francis and I were very happy together. I can feel him not being here and I know it's not right. Sincerely, Stephanie Miller. ZZ, if you don't believe that yourself, why am I here? You're considering giving you a lot of money today, but now you're not going to. You don't believe in yourself. Well, ZZ, as I've said, I appreciate the fact that you hope that I reach it big as a streamer, but it's not about not having belief in myself. It's understanding who I am as a person and as a streamer and knowing what my goals and my own sort of motivations are, and knowing that it's more important to me to be at this level as a streamer and have genuine, people who are watching the streams and enjoying it and, all that type of stuff, rather than basically change who I am to try and meet a certain goal that isn't actually something I'm going for. You know what I mean? So I don't know how many other ways I can sort of put it, as well, because I don't want to become a streamer who is pretending to be someone else when they're not that person. You know what I mean? I don't want to be fake or phony as well. And the type of streamer that I am is the type of streamer that I've always been, and that's just how I feel about it. Rosie, and dye your hair blue. Exactly. Yes, dye your hair blue. I've dyed my hair before in the past, but never blue though. Never any color like that. Drake, you want to make Rod happy? Give him a bucket of KFC. Not gonna lie, Rod loves that. Oh yeah, KFC is awesome. I haven't actually had Popeye's chicken, but just to paraphrase Little Nicky, KFC is fucking awesome. The original line is, Popeye's chicken is fucking awesome. Zizi, no one said that, you are legit, but sometimes you feel like you don't pull your punches. Well, yeah, Zizi, I'm just basically saying that that's not the type of person I want to be. I don't want to be a streamer who is pretending to be, something I'm not, So I just want to be a genuine person like I am being as well. What are your goals then, Rod? Well, my goals as a streamer is just, number one, to have some damn fun. You know what I mean? Like, enjoy the process. Enjoy, chatting to people and all that. Put it this way, if I was a big streamer with 10,000 people in chat constantly talking, how would I ever get to actually respond to people individually and actually have a genuine response? You know what I mean? And that to me is more important than having 10 million people following the channel and subscribing and watching. You know what I mean? So I like that idea. I like being able to look at someone's comment and go, right, this is what the person's saying, so I'm going to respond to them. But if there was heaps of people talking at once, I wouldn't be able to keep up. And so reaching that kind of level is not something that I'm actually interested as well. ZZ, but sometime 2 years ago, you were sending money to. Do you know why? Because you seem to care more. Well, ZZ, I just don't know what you want from me, because I'm basically telling you the truth, and you're trying to somehow imply that I'm not caring more or less than I did. I just don't understand. I don't understand what you're driving at. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry I'm not wanting to be as big as someone like XQC. Like, I didn't realize that was something that I had to do as a streamer, I'd rather be genuine and actually appreciate what I do at the level that I am, instead of reaching that point. Because I seem to care more. Well, what do you mean? Like, I just don't understand. Like, what am I not caring as much about? Becoming famous as a streamer, or becoming as big as those? But that's not my goal, and that's not what I actually want to do, Great, give him a bucket of Popeyes or KFC and then he'll budge. That is true, exactly. That's it, you know what I mean? Zizzy, you're not saying that at all. You're saying Twitch is growing and you need to realize that you and your channel needs to grow. Well, Zizzy, as I've said, and I feel like a broken record now, I understand and appreciate that you would love me to be that level of a streamer. But that's not my goal. I'm happy to be the level of streamer that I am, and I appreciate all the support, even people who just lurk, even people who don't even follow and just lurk. And that to me is more important than becoming big as a streamer. And there's no point following the exact same route that other people take. I feel it's important to go your own way, and all that type of stuff. that's as high as we go, I think. Oh no. Maybe there's not much more in this spot other than what I collected. Oh no, there's that there. Zizzy, and you can be, that's fine. You're sorry, you just want you to be the best rod of all time, you understand? I understand. But yeah, I just don't know what more to say on the subject, because I feel like I've said as much as I can say without repeating myself over and over again. Alright, so that there is just a trick. It's not actually something you can enter into. Alright. Time to go this way now. Rosie, well then, what's your plan to best Rod Zombie? Seems the natural target. We go for Rod Stewart next. Rodney Dangerfield. Hey Game God, welcome. I'm going really good, thank you. Things are going well. Having a good stream. How's things going with you? Dizzy, do you know how proud you would be if I were averaging 100 or 200 viewers with lots of subs? You'd be so fucking proud. Well, thank you, ZZ. I appreciate that. But as I've said before, I've got my own ideas for what level of streamer I'd like to be, and currently, it's where I am at. But as I've said a few times now, I do appreciate that you hope that for me. Drake, you realize this logic in video games. Bad guy CEOs and directors. Let's all the minions do all the work. Main character CEO or director does all the work. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing with Jessie, you know, being the director. She's very hands-on, and, you know, she's just what the Federal Bureau of Control needed. You know, someone that was like that, but also not making the same mistakes that the previous directors had. Game God, Rod Control R stream. It's easy, Rod Stewart. You'd be so proud, Rod, so proud. If anyone deserves it, it's you. Shift Account Part 2. Gibbs reporting in. It has been 8 days since the collapse and still no sign of any rescue efforts. The Bureau is either completely unaware of our situation or are incapable of helping us, or maybe it's intentional. How many times have we seen the Bureau not give two shits about its own hard-working staff when they go missing in this place? How many times did we let it slide thinking, oh, at least it wasn't me? Too many, I'm ashamed to admit. Anyway, there have been some developments. Strange crystals have begun growing through the walls. They seem to block some corridors but not others. The path to the caves is always left open, but we're not sure why. Luckily, the crystals keep out the astral spike. One's been hounding us for days. John, Nicolay, and Sarah went to try and find a radio, but never came back. We think the spike got them. I think it's hunting us. Doug says spikes only exist in the astral plane. So what the fuck is it doing here? If we get out of here, I'm hiring a lawyer. These are unsuitable working conditions.
Warning. Altered item detected in Transport Bay. Access is prohibited for safety regulation 18.A.
I should hire someone who builds smaller machines. So that's the altered item. Looks pretty secure. No power. Typical.
material detected in area. Personnel may now safely enter. Have a Bureau full day.
I like that pun. Have a Bureau full day. Movie Camera Supplement. Action Max Camera. Altered Item 80UE. The item first came to the Bureau's attention after a hospitalized mailman from Redacted, Arkansas, claimed his injuries had been caused by a movie camera. Further investigation connected the incident to Altered Item 80, which was being shipped in the mail truck at the time. The packaged camera was later found in an empty warehouse. The return address led agents to a P.O. box located in the San Fernando Valley, belonging to a company called Blessed Pictures. Whether Blessed Pictures is involved in the creation and dissemination of the item's VHS films is unknown. See Investigation 13 Headquarters 612. The following is a list of all known films believed to have been shot by Altered Item 80UE. Shoot First, Die Last. Unreleased. Coffee Bullet. Billy's First Car. By Card. Delivery Disaster. Item was used in the filming of an unreleased western in 1968 on the Italian island of Sardinia. A cast member was killed during an on-set accident, stopping production. It is believed that Blessed Pictures bought the camera when equipment from the shoot was sold at auction. I like that. So if we look at the title By Card, and we actually take the names of the Die Hard movies, if they did sequels to By Card, it would be By Card 2, Bike Harder, Bike Hard with a Vengeance, Live Free or Bike Hard, and the fifth movie, which I haven't seen but I don't think I really want to bother because apparently it's crap, is A Good Day to Die Hard. So if they did a fifth Bike Hard movie, it would be A Good Day to Bike Hard would be the fifth one. Harbinger, finally a redacted part. That's the content you're here for. Absolutely, we finally got a redacted part. That's the best thing about the documents in this game. Who cares about the actual information that we can read about? It's all about the redacted. Shift account part 3. It's clear no one is coming. We're running out of ideas and supplies. We tried going into the caves to find anything edible, but all we found were noxious gases and endless pits. The crystals only let us go one way, even though we could see the caves branched out. We did find some weird spiky pillar. I only got a glimpse of it before the astral spikes attacked. There were a few of them this time. We lost a lot of people. There's only 6 of us left. We didn't ask for this. We didn't want to come down here. I'm convinced something brought us here. The others say I'm going nuts, but it's clear that this was no house shift. Shifts slide a bathroom sector over or rotate a hallway. They don't drop full divisions into some caves. We were brought here, I know it. But for what? Why tear us away from our lives just to torture us? If this is some sort of test or mission, then here's some advice for whoever's running it. Give out clearer instructions next time. I hope these notes are a good read for whatever ranger finds them. Fuck you. Put that in your report. Gibbs. Well, that's one way to express that you're over something. Understandably so. I forgot about these. We'll listen to that in a moment. Brian's Movie Dens.
Brian's Movie Den.
Movie Den.
Brian's Movie Den.
Movie Den.
Brian.
Welcome to another episode of Brian's Movie Den with me, the ever-lovable Brian Hinnerman. Today I want to talk about a new film I found at Movie Night. That's night with a K, the mecca for VHS aficionados in the greater Dallas area. Yeehaw! The movie is called Delivery Disaster. We open in media res. A mailman drives a truck full of packages down in an endless American neighborhood as a pack of rabid dogs chase behind. Now, these dogs are nothing like my stepmom's corgi Chuck. These were some real nightmare hellhounds. The dogs keep pace with the mail truck, tearing chunks out of the driver's legs and arms. Each package he throws out the door is marked by his bloody handprint. He screams in pain and confusion, and this goes on until the movie just abruptly ends. There aren't even any credits, which is a pretty bold choice. Is this film a commentary on how our 9-to-5 jobs are killing us, or how hostile the modern world is to outdated concepts like mailmen? Perhaps it's merely a statement about the futility of purpose and how no task can ever be really done. There are lots of ways to interpret it, but for now, let's get to the part you're all waiting for. It's score time! Score! I give this film a 4 out of 5, only because the actor frequently broke the fourth wall by looking into the camera and shouting at it, like he was shouting at the audience. A little too on the nose for me, but I did enjoy it, and I recommend you check out other films produced by Blessed Pictures. Bike Hard and Coffee Bullet are the only others I found, but this little art house studio certainly knows how to push the boundaries of Western cinema. And a friendly reminder that there will be no new episode next week, as I will be visiting my aunt in Delaware for Thanksgiving. Thanks for listening, all you Brian fans, and remember, we all love movie magic, but don't forget about the you magic. Until next time, Movie Den.
Brian's Movie Den.
Movie Den.
Brian.
That Brian at the end. Oh dear. I like how he sort of has this kind of like squeaky voice thing going on a little bit here and there. Maybe not exactly in that same way, but that's the closest I could get to it. Reminds me of that character in The Simpsons. The dude who has that sort of kind of voice, and I don't know what his actual character name is though, but he's got freckles and he's sort of like always in a job or something where something goes wrong and he's the one that it goes wrong to or something. I don't know the character's name. Maybe he's not even a character that's been on The Simpsons for quite a few decades now.
nail. Pile of smoking rubble.
Marshall blew up the nail? What the hell was she thinking?
The hiss got in. The Foundation is overrun. I was out of time and out of options. I took all the C4 I could get my hands on and strapped it to the nail. Boom. A desperate move. But it's better off in pieces than in enemy hands. Trench wouldn't be thrilled. He always said how vital the nail was. How it was the Bureau's duty to protect it. Bullshit. Those years spent in the director's chair warped his priorities. In the end, he valued order over people, the advice of invisible voices over that of old friends. He lost sight of who he was. The board made sure of that. But I did my duty. The hiss can't corrupt a pile of smoking rubble. My last act as head of operations. I'm done. At least I could take those bastards down with me.
All right, this is the last one. I can't believe Marshall's brilliant plan was to blow up the nail. And she thought I wasn't ready.
There we go. So finally got that. That's going to be very tricky as well. Ah, Kylie Minogue song, ZZ. So that was in the 90s, 1990.
There. Easy as pie. Fuck! But that's the last one. I fixed it, didn't I? Should be better now, not worse. Emily will know. I hope.
Yeah, ZZ, another music video. I think we're getting close to being spamming them by this point, ZZ.
What did you do? What is causing these tremors?
I thought you could tell me. I completed the 4 rituals just like the board told me to. The astral bleed should have stopped.
Look, it has stopped. The nail is repaired. But we have a new problem. My analysis of the nail indicates that it is literally a piece of the astral plane. Or possibly a vessel containing the astral plane. Or both. Either way, right now both dimensions are vibrating at completely incompatible frequencies. The spatial friction they are generating is incalculable. It's going to destroy both planes.
I messed this all up. Maybe Marshall was right to destroy the nail. I should have left it in pieces.
No, then the astral plane would still be leaking in. Sometimes there's no right answer, Jesse. We need more information.
No. I need to fix this, now. I'll figure something out.
No, we should really make a plan. The tremors are originating from directly below us, but we don't know what...
Perfect. I'll head down and take care of whatever's going on. Just do what you can from here.
Jesse, you can't just...
I have to, Emily. I'm the director. This is on me.
If you're not gonna listen to me, then you better go figure out how to stop this. There's no telling what could happen if the vibrations escalate.
I'll see you later, Emily.
Good luck. Take notes.
I hope I know what I'm doing. That was just the top of the nail? How much deeper does the foundation go? The crystals are growing like crazy here. It's almost like they're trying to stop me.
Astral spike. HRA was damaged. The board said it.
When Marshall blew up the nail, the board attacked her. I don't fucking like it.
I tried to get out after the detonation, but the astral spike came out of nowhere. I escaped, but my HRA was damaged. I'd bet a year's salary the board sent it. We never did see eye to eye. They have too much control over Trench, the Bureau, the House. They make themselves part of every important process. Nothing a little C4 can't fix. 2 birds, 1 bomb. Christ, what a mess. But I stopped the hiss. I did it. If Faden did her part, then the Bureau is safe. Until the next thing. Jesse has good reason to hate the Bureau. But that could be what we need right now. She won't follow the same path. Won't fall into the same traps. She'll lead her way. So, Director Faden, here's my last lesson. You can't save everybody.
Nobody else hears the house. Their ears are too full of lies. Nobody else hears the house. Their ears are too full of lies. We were shown the way inside so we could help. But all we've done is fall victim to the same parasite. I should have seen the web earlier. The strands between Northmore, the pillar, the gun, the id. What hope did we have? Thrown into this conflict beyond our comprehension. I've decided to rejoin the Bureau in the upper levels, to end my long absence spent in the Foundation. Northmore will be angry at me for disobeying him. That's just his way. But I don't care. I need to remain in the oldest house to help however I can. I doubt I can steer the Bureau back on the right course, but I have to try. How did I go so long without a purpose? Without devotion? I can hardly remember how it felt. I realize how grateful I am to Father for setting me on this path. I wish I could tell him that. He showed me the way inside so we could help. But all we've done is fall victim to the same parasite.
ZZ, play this, you'll love this tune. Yeah, I'll listen to it later. This game is scaring you, is it?
Setting me on this path.
This is Director Faden. I require backup at this location.
Reinforcements are here!
Marshall? You're alive.
Soon you will no longer recognize us, or yourself, or him, or her, or them. Family is dead. The walls are broken, but yellow and red in the eye.
God damn it.
Inverted is made right. Leave your
Fuckers
innocence.
take everything. I am not letting you take this.
Every step of the way. You've always been the new you. You want this to be true.
Destroy the crystals too. This is the director. I need backup at my location.
Nice to see a director out in the field.
This is the director. I need backup at my location.
Oh yeah, Harbinger, that's absolutely no worries at all. You probably, you want to avoid spoilers, probably buying this game after finishing Monkey Island 1 and 2. Oh yeah, that's totally fair as well, to want to avoid spoilers. I think from memory this is the final part of this DLC. Final warning, ZZ, stop spamming links, otherwise I'll take away the ability for you to actually put links in chat.
The nail is corrupted. That explains why the board wasn't answering and what's causing the quakes. Marshall came down here to stop this. I should have been with her. I could have saved her. But I can still save everyone else.
Hey there, Crooked. Good day to you, Senny. Welcome, how's it going? Yeah, it's going not too badly. Some pretty intense moments in this DLC, especially with that fight. But going really well. This is still the first DLC content. See you later, ZZ. And yeah, the VIP, when I do give it to people, is actually a privilege. So because you were spamming a lot of YouTube links, as much as I don't mind people, you know, posting, but you actually probably posted more links in one stream than anyone else has actually posted the whole time I've been streaming. So if you could just put the brakes on it a bit, that'd be really appreciated as well. You know, I know that the links that you're posting aren't like spam, as in like, you know, malicious links and stuff, but it does get a bit much when you keep on posting links to music videos and everything like this. You know what I mean? Like this channel's not a dump for links to music videos. You know what I mean? So if it happens again, VIP status is removed.
Well, fuck you too.
Oh, I'll be sure to.
Let's play it smart. They don't need to know I'm onto them. Not yet, anyway.
Like, this is the unmapped area, so we're gonna try and figure out where I need to go. ZZ, you've had a couple of drinks, forgive you. Well, that's fine and all. It's just that still, posting links in moderation is the best way to go. If there's links that you want me specifically to check out, then by all means, you know, send me them all in a whisper. I don't mind that, but spamming them in chat is a different story. Crooked, glad to hear control is going well. You're doing alright. Your phone bricked again and doesn't want to turn on anymore. Yet again. So you're currently looking to order replacements. That really sucks, dude. That you have to go and do that. Like, holy shit. So it's happening, you know, multiple times. Damn. I really hope that it's not going to be too expensive overall. Hopefully you can get a good deal, because that really sucks. Thanks, ZZ. I appreciate that, dude. If it was someone posting, you know, obviously malicious links, then it'd be a ban, obviously, but I know that the links that you've been posting aren't. They're just actual legitimate, you know, links to YouTube videos.
The nail is secure. The hiss can't touch it. I can't undo the astral bleeding in the Foundation, but at least it's stopped.
Along with the seismic activity. You did it, Jesse. Did you ever find Marshall?
I did. She's gone. She died thinking she'd save the Bureau. Not a bad way to go.
I wasn't ready for this crisis. I didn't even see it coming. But I promise, I'll be ready for the next one. I mean, what good is a director who can't hold her bureau together?
You got this, Jesse.
I thought I know how to handle things, now that I'm the director. Clearly, it's not that simple. I need to choose a direction for the Bureau. It should be one that serves our goals, not the board's. Whatever those are. I need to lead my way.
Crooked, definitely. Of course, you missed the opportunity for Black Friday and Christmas sales, so there's barely any good deals right now, but you're sure you'll find something. That's the thing too, right? Timing is always everything, you know what I mean? Like, something will go wrong at a time when solutions that would have been very beneficial around the time aren't actually available, but then they do become available later, and it's like, damn it. See if Emily has more to say.
Now that this nail business is handled, I should probably be getting back to executive. But maybe I'll keep poking around. Just for a little bit.
I can't remember if I've actually chosen these before, because the game doesn't, like, if you've already, like, I don't know, but we'll see. I'll just play it.
Has the nail been doing anything since we restored it?
Define anything.
Anything unusual?
Define unusual.
Emily.
Sorry, but the answer is a whopping yes. Now that it's whole, the nail is emitting a constant field of, well, think of it like low-level radiation. It seems to suppress any biological matter it encounters. This explains why nothing grows here and why the Bureau had to abandon the area. Prolonged exposure would certainly begin affecting neural processes.
Wait. Was the field created when I cleansed the nail?
I considered that, but the nail's readings are quite different from the ones I recorded at the cleanse control points. I think the nail's field is purely of its own making. In fact, I think it would passively prevent any Hiss corruption, like the HRAs do. Which makes me wonder what actually occurred when you cleansed the nail.
I've been wondering about that myself.
Did the board let the Hiss corrupt the nail? Did they want me to cleanse it? If so, why?
What's that, ZZ?
What do you know about Director Northmore?
Well, he was Director Trench's predecessor, and Northmore's famous for being the first board-appointed director. See, before we found the oldest house, directors were picked by committees of old men in suits, drinking cognac and smoking cigars or whatever. You know, standard, uninteresting methods.
I think the word you're looking for is bureaucratic.
Or antiquated. Regardless, Northmore was eventually forced to... Well, we don't need to go into that. Strangely, the only two board-appointed directors left the position under unusual circumstances. If the board appoints a director, then how do they retire them? I doubt they go out and buy you a gold watch. Sorry, Jesse, I didn't mean to imply that...
Don't worry. If anyone's getting shown the door, it's them.
Yeah, I wonder what that actually happens, like, aside from the director naturally dying, I wonder if the director wanted to stop being the director. I wonder if it was just a case of them quitting. What, like, I don't know if what would happen there. That'd be interesting.
What do you know about an entity named Former?
I can't say I've heard of it. You got any details for me?
Well, imagine a one-eyed bug thing. I think it was a part of the board, but then something happened and now it's separate?
Interesting. See, I always wondered if the board was some sort of entity or a group or conglomerate of linked consciousnesses, but this supports the group theory. Although it could have undergone some sort of corporeal exile. Too many unknowns to form a working hypothesis yet, but I can prioritize this matter in future astral dives if you think it's important.
Fortune favors the prepared. Do it. I'm gonna keep looking around.
I wish I could go with you, but I still need 30 hours of training before I can do field work.
We'll work on that.
Actually, that would be cool if in the sequel to Control, Emily Pope was actually also doing things in the field to help Jesse. That'd be cool.
If it isn't my favorite director.
ZZ, you'll love it. You and your dad watched this, did you, ZZ?
Don't be a stranger.
Rosie, you would have to submit to redaction before release. That is true. You would have to go through the redacted process, because redacted is the most important thing. Hippie, you're not a fan of that short hairstyle, are you? That's fair enough, Hippie. We all have hairstyles that we gravitate towards more than others. Oh, sweet. ZZ, all Assassin's Creed trailers. There's definitely some great ones. I'm sure you would have had some good memories watching them with your dad. Rosie, girlfriend needs bangs. Yeah, it's funny, like, I don't really have a preference when it comes to, you know, women's hairstyles. If we're talking about, you know, women's hairstyles. Personally, for me, like, I wouldn't do something like shave my whole head off or something, unless it was something I wanted to do for, you know, like charity or something, or like have a mohawk. That's definitely not something I'd do for myself. I wouldn't want to have long hair, as in, you know, like down to the shoulders or longer. I've had longish hair, but really just sort of like halfway to the neck sort of thing, and let the hair grow out a little bit.
It's the director.
Okay, so that is the Foundation DLC for Control finished. So there's only one more piece of content for Control, which is the Alan Wake DLC. And that's, as much as I do like the Foundation DLC, the Alan Wake DLC is the one that I think is the one that I like a lot. Like the most. So it's very heavily focused on Alan Wake. But I'm going to leave that for another stream. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be Control again, but I'll be doing the Alan Wake DLC. And on Tuesdays, I do 2 separate streams, so there will be 2 separate streams of Control tomorrow. I don't know if it'll take me just 1 stream to do the Alan Wake DLC. If it does, I may as well announce the next game that will replace Control. So what I'm actually going to do after I finish Control is I'm going to play, and it's just this game. If I like it, I might play the sequels. I don't know if I'll play the sequels directly after though, but the game that I'm going to be playing after I finish Control is the very first Mass Effect. I've never played any of the games before. I'll be playing the definitive edition of Mass Effect. It's on Game Pass, so I'll be able to just download it and then start playing it. So yeah, the next stream you'll see from me will be will be Control again, doing the Alan Wake DLC. If you see me streaming that, then you know it's Tuesday, and you know I'm still doing this game. But if you see me streaming Mass Effect, then you know that I've finished Control, and that it's still Tuesday, but I'm playing Mass Effect. So, and the type of playthrough I want to do, because I've never played it before, I thought I'd do something that I don't normally do with games, because I sort of like to try and play them generally the first time. But I've already seen Mass Effect being played by a friend of mine, Saint Ravage, who streams as well. So I thought for my playthrough, for my first playthrough, I'll do a Renegade playthrough. So we're going to be doing all the things that, well, turn Shepard into a Renegade, I guess, is what I'll be doing in that playthrough. But yeah, that will be the game that will ultimately replace Control, becoming my Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday game. But as I said, I still need to do the Alan Wake DLC for this game before I jump into Mass Effect. Let's fast travel to the executive area, central executive. Yeah, that's fair enough, ZZ, as well. We all have our preferences. Thank you so much for the GGs, Crooked. I really do appreciate it. ZZ, have fun. I definitely will, ZZ. You too. Before I go, The Undertaker challenges JBL to a match at SummerSlam, SmackDown, July 22, 2004. Never actually heard of that wrestler before. ZZ the dead man. Don't fuck with you like that. Not sure what you're meaning. Want to highly recommend people check out Crocodiles. He's playing some Pokemon Black/White. He's also playing through Secret of Monkey Island as well. And he's also a big fan of Assassin's Creed. And he's got some very funny channel points rewards. A lot of audio ones, like Gordon Ramsay yelling out for the lamb sauce and where it is, and also some visual ones like John Travolta looking around, and also Bully Maguire. Highly recommend checking out Dr. Ronnie as well. He's doing some Marvel Spider-Man Remastered, and he's also doing a playthrough of Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. He's actually a doctor and scientist in real life, working in the field of regenerative medicine, so he's working on cures for things like Parkinson's and MS. And he's also playing while wearing a hat, and he changes what hat he wears depending on what game he's playing as well. And also Mr. Gote, who's been doing some Need for Speed Heat. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed as well as Ghost Recon. He's also going to be doing soon a playthrough of Outlast 2 on the highest difficulty, which means you can't save and there's no auto save, so if you die you have to start all the way at the start of the game again. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. I am Hippie, yeah. Yes, I'll be ending the stream, and then tomorrow's stream will be the DLC for this. That's okay, Crooked. Absolutely no worries at all for the shout out. More than happy to give you a shout out. ZZ, wait, really? Link you, dude. What to? Sorry, ZZ. What? Link to what? Crooked, where is where is the lamb sauce? Where's the lamb sauce? I need it. It is fucking raw. What are you doing? It's raw. I can't serve this. Would you eat this? I hope you guys miss Annie when he's gone. Gone, but not too far away. That's for sure, Annie. Hippie, I mean. ZZ. Raw. Yeah. He's so damn funny. He's so damn funny. Yeah, Crooked is funny when he's going, you fucking donut. Oh, it's so damn funny. Oh, man. So before I go, I'm actually going to go and raid. Oh, Crooked, a quick question. It doesn't matter if you're not going to be streaming soon, but were you going to be streaming soonish, or were you just going to wait until a bit later? Because if you're going to start your stream soonish, I wouldn't mind raiding you, but if not, that's completely fine. Just thought I'd double check before I went. ZZ Rod Gordon has nothing on Sean Bean. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, you know, if there was a movie with Sean Bean versus Gordon Ramsay, I don't know if Gordon Ramsay, I don't know, maybe he'd stand his ground, maybe he'd kill, I don't know. Sean Bean dies in a lot of stuff, so you never know. Crooked, cheers for asking, Senny. You'll be starting soonish, but still looking for phones, so that could take another half hour, so no worries. That's no worries at all either, Crooked. And yeah, I hope you really do get some replacements that are actually really good value as well. But thank you so much for being here too. I really appreciate it, Senny. And I'll absolutely be dropping in to see your stream. Want to thank everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. And that's okay, Hippie. You take care too, also. And that's absolutely no worries about the stream. It was fun to get through this DLC and that, so tomorrow we'll be getting in, pardon me, I'm getting the hiccups, I'll be getting into the Alan Wake DLC, which I can't wait to do. What an idiot, what a dirty little Dutch buffalo brain bastard who run this. Jeez, ZZ, that's a lot. Oh, that's Sean Bean, is it, ZZ? Okay, I thought it was Gordon Ramsay. Whoops. Thanks again, everyone, for watching. I hope you have a really good day or night, whichever the case may be. And I'll be back tomorrow for my Tuesday streams. Thanks for watching.